Hey, everybody, meteorologist Sean Cable here. We are tracking storms. They're starting to develop, and we are getting ready to go for another day of severe weather here across much of the upper Midwest, South Dakota, Minnesota, Iowa. We have thunderstorms all over the place with tornado warning in effect right now. We're actually looking at Ryan Scholl's Storm Chasers video here of this storm. It's our one tornado warning that we have in play right now, and this one is for Buffalo County until 3:45 this afternoon. We're looking at possibly up to golf ball size hail, wind gusts, and a potential tornado. And we've actually been watching for this rotation here. Let's go back to that video. And there have been a couple of really good lowerings. Nothing has, as far as I have seen at this point, touched the ground yet. But I've seen some pretty impressive stuff happening with this particular storm. So we're going to keep a close eye on this one. If you are in Gan Valley, you are right smack in the middle of this ordeal. So you need to get yourself to a safe place and get to where you need to go for a tornado, because this storm could produce a tornado at any time. It's been kind of winding up and then deciding, yeah, maybe not, and then winding up again. So it's one of those type of situations. But it's possible that one of these times it is going to go. So there you go. This is a live look at what's going on with this storm. And you can see that lowering down there. And if we go back to the radar, you can see we are right here. And so what you're seeing is basically right over the top of Gan Valley. So if you are in Gan Valley, get ready. This could be coming to town here anytime. Again, tornado warning is in effect for Buffalo County, including Gan Valley. And if I put the velocity mode up here on the radar, you are going to be able to see what we're talking about here. And it's basically this area right through here. So again, if you are in Gan Valley, get to a safe place now. Not a tornado on the ground yet, but it's very possible that we could have one here anytime if you are in the Gan Valley area. So let's, while we wait for kind of a little more to happen here with this particular storm, let's back out here and talk a little bit about some of the other things we have going on. We have severe thunderstorm warnings over here for Thompson, 60 gusts, 1.25 hail, which means that hail a little larger than quarter size. We have another one out here. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Lyman County, and this one is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. And all of these storms seem to have a little rotation, and that's our main tornado risk today is going to be this afternoon when these storms are kind of out and on their own here. They're going to have the potential to, when a storm is on its own, it gets all the energy in the surrounding atmosphere and doesn't have to share. And that's when they can become really strong, and that's our best bet at tornadoes. Once we make our way into the evening, we're going to see the threat transition to more of a straight line wind, hail type situation. And by the way, I should mention this. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch now that has been issued till 9 o'clock tonight. That is for Brookings, Watertown, Redfield, Huron Pier, and parts of eastern South Dakota. There's also a severe thunderstorm watch for northeastern Iowa. And by the way, in Iowa, they have been just clobbered with rain here. Look at these flash flood warnings over by Preston, Harmony, Caledonia. If I switch over here to rain, this is rainfall since this storm, these storms have began, and this is Doppler estimated, but look at some of these amounts. They're just mind-boggling. So they are dealing with not only some thunderstorms over there, but they've had some horrific flooding. Interstate 90 is closed east of Austin, between Austin and Rochester, because water's over the interstate up to the bottom of some of the road signs that are along the interstate there. So that's a pretty serious thing that they've been dealing with over there. And more rain and thunderstorms on the way. There's a tornado warning down here north of Dubuque. That is for Grant and Clayton County. 2.5-inch hail. That's big hail that's coming out of those storms. So we have storms all over the place, and our models continue to suggest that we are going to be dealing with this here for quite a while. Tornado warning in effect here for this storm near Gan Valley. If you are in and around Gan Valley, now's the time to get yourself to a safe place, because this storm is significant. With the potential here for large hail and a tornado. We have Ryan Scholl, who's storm chasing near this cell, and I'm just going to let you take a look at that here for a second. You can see the lowering there, and this is definitely a dangerous-looking storm. We're talking about this right in here. That is the area we're looking at. And actually, we're looking, kind of to the northwest here. Tornado warning is in effect. Let me click the box here for the tornado warning info. If I can get it to come up. For Buffalo County until 3:45. And this one over here for Gerald County until about 3:30. But it's basically the same storm that we're talking about here. And again, you can see as we look into that storm, that's some pretty impressive stuff. And what's going to happen is this whole thing, this is all the rotating mesocyclone through here, but we're going to eventually see this will tighten up and a tornado can develop out of this. And we are looking right into, we go back to the map here, the Gan Valley area, maybe a little east. If you go to that South Dakota 45, South Dakota 34 intersection and just a little east of there, that is the spot that we are talking about here. So a pretty intense storm for sure that is developing and moving through that neck of the woods. We do have other warnings in effect, actually, another brand new warning that just came out. So let me go back over here. This is for the Fort Thompson area, severe thunderstorm warning for 60 hail or 60 gusts, 1-inch hail. That's until 4 o'clock, Buffalo and Lyman County. And then another one that includes the Crow Creek Reservation, Fort Thompson, 60-mile-per-hour gusts, and hail of about 1.25 inches, which is $half ping-pong ball size hail moving through that neck of the woods. And then we do have this one further west. Here you go. Lyman County, 60 gust, 1-inch hail with this cluster of storms. I know somebody mentioned they were in Brookings, and then it was looking a little dark and rumbly there, and yeah, it does. But that little cluster of storms just kind of fell apart, and that's kind of the overall theme. That's what's going on here. We've had a very interesting pattern, and this is a pattern where, number one, the models suck, and really giving us an idea as to what's going on here, because the whole atmosphere is very unstable. We have a lot of humidity, plenty of heat. We're watching for areas that have a little more sunshine, and if you have more sunshine, that's more energy for storms to develop and more energy to get a strong updraft. So what happens is we have this warmer layer of air aloft, and the updraft stops because warm air rises, but if the warm air above it's warmer, the air's not going to rise anymore. But if we can get a strong enough updraft to break through that warmer layer of air back into colder air above that, those storms are going to develop explosively and very quickly become severe, which is exactly what is happening out here by Wessington Springs and Gan Valley. So it's either a strong updraft or perhaps a weaker spot in that warm layer of air, or I guess you could say a spot where it's not quite as warm of a warm layer of air, where that updraft can break through and start a storm to develop. So in a pattern like this, and I know everybody always says, oh, the weathermen are never right. The weather women are never right. The meteorologists don't know what they're talking about. But it's a pattern like this because we can't sample every inch of the atmosphere aloft. I mean, it's a really big area of atmosphere up there. And so when we're stuck in this pattern, we know that storms are going to happen. You just can't pinpoint exactly where and when. It all depends on where those storms bubble up. And what's happening here is that once the storms develop, but more importantly, once they really start to take off, that's when we kind of have our good ideas to what's going on. So these storms tried to develop over here by Brookings, but they just couldn't get through, and they just couldn't strengthen enough. And so these ended up being squat, while these storms a little further west are actually pretty nasty storms. We have a tornado warning in effect. Let's go back and see what we have going on here. Ryan Scholl is a storm chaser here, and he is driving north toward the storm. And as we look here, we're kind of looking up toward South Dakota Highway 34, and that's the area of rotation right through here. Still don't have much touching down yet, but there is a pretty good lowering up there. And so it is possible that we could have a tornado touching down at any time. So if you are in that area, be ready to rock and roll. Be ready to move. Be ready to get to your safe place, because there is definitely potential. You can kind of see right in here, right in the middle of the screen. That's kind of the area we're talking about here. And boy, oh boy, that looks like it might be getting close. So keep an eye on that area right there. And again, let me go back to the map here. We're looking right up in, basically into this area here. So that is the area that we're looking at. If we get in a little more closely, really no towns there, but let's go with 365th Avenue. Let's see over here. Again, east of South Dakota Highway 45. And just for reference, Ryan is on 368th right now, driving north, and we're looking this way. So right in here, that is the area we're talking about. And by golly, I can't tell, but gee whiz, something really kind of wants to happen there. We're not there yet, but it is definitely possible. So stay tuned. We're going to kind of keep an eye on this and keep watching this as we roll along here. But definitely, I would be concerned. This is not a situation where you want to be out running around in this stuff. A lot of lightning here with these storms as well. So just kind of keep that in mind. Further east, not a lot happening yet. I don't really want to go away from this camera. This is very interesting, but I do want to give you a quick peek at what our latest models are suggesting here as we make our way through the afternoon. And again, the models don't do a great job, but we're looking at storms now, and it's actually picking up on these storms near central South Dakota, but we're going to see a wave develop. We likely will see some going through Sioux Falls, but notice that's late tonight, 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning, moving across southern Minnesota, central Minnesota. And again, we're going to get more very heavy rain. Hopefully that rain comes in places that really need the rain. Let's go back to this tornado warning and what Ryan is looking at here. I don't see, let me make this a little bigger. Just a lot of little lowerings kind of in there. But that's the area we watch. When we go storm chasing, that's the part of the storm that we keep an eye on right through. And you can see where everything's hanging down. It looks scary at this point, but not really a tornado or anything that is touching on down on the ground quite yet. But we're getting close, and this is definitely a worthy tornado warning type situation. We have a brand new tornado warning. This is for Buffalo County. Now they are saying that it is an observed tornado at this point. near Gan Valley. Also, golf ball size hail with this. So, again, tornado warning for Buffalo County. We're kind of right on the Buffalo-Gerald County line is where we are. And at this point, a little north of Gan Valley. So, at this point, the city of Gan Valley, I think we're good. But this whole thing is moving to the northeast and not very fast at around 15 or so miles per hour. So if we use the storm tracker here to kind of find, well, you know what? Let me go find the center of the rotation here, first of all. So the center of the rotation is right in here. And so if this thing keeps moving like it is, and again, we're only going at about 15 or so miles per hour, if that. The good news is we're staying in rural areas, and eventually, I mean, down the road, way down the road on this trajectory is Wessington, but that's not till 5 o'clock this afternoon. So I'm not real concerned. Wessington, you have plenty of time, so don't worry if you're in Wessington at this point. But rural Gan Valley, north of Gan Valley, basically moving to the north and a little to the east. Right now along Highway 34, maybe a little north of Highway 34, and along South Dakota Highway 45. So it's this right in here. And I would say basically this entire area. There's a lot of rotation and a lot of activity happening right in there. So if you are in that general area, get to a safe place, mainly in rural areas. Gan Valley, we are mostly out of the thick of this rotation right now. But by golly gosh, that is a pretty wild-looking storm that we have going on there. So if you are in that area, get yourself to a good, safe spot. It is a powerful storm that is moving through here as part of our wild week of weather that we've been having here across much of the region, from 130 plus mile per hour wind gusts to disastrous flooding across southeastern Minnesota that's going on right now, with people reporting 9, 10, 11 inches of rain. Doppler radar estimates of 11, 12 or so inches of rain. And the other thing that happens sometimes is we get rain wrapped here with those tornadoes, and they can sometimes be hard to see, but you can see there's definitely some rain coming down along with this system as well. Let's go back to the radar, and here it is. The tornado warning, by the way, has now been extended. Gerald County until 4 p.m. This is Central Time. We're still in the Central Time zone here with potential for a tornado and hail. 1 inch 75. So that's golf ball-esque size hail that's possible with that storm. So plenty going on here. It is 3:24. By the way, if you are watching this live stream, it is on Facebook, I think TikTok, and also on YouTube. Don't forget to just refresh and make sure you're watching the current live video, just so you're not watching something old. But here we are. Ryan Scholl, storm chasing. There is a significant amount of rotation right here. He's on Highway 34 at, I believe, 368th Street is where he is there. And you can see that the most significant rotation on the radar at this point is right here. And we are looking at the radar that's in Aberdeen. So what we're looking at here, and just so this mode of the radar, when you're looking at the reds and greens, this is the part that detects the motion of the particles or wind. And so when you get green, that is particles, raindrops, whatever you have moving toward the radar, and the red is away from the radar. And when you get it right through here, it's a couplet. And that means that we have rotation, and that is exactly what we are looking at over here on the side of the screen. So a significant area of rotation going on there. We have a lot happening here today. It's been a busy week. Oh, look at that. That might be, see how that's spinning there? That is really rotating right now. And it is possible that we will have a tornado that touches down here at any point. So, again, this is, and I can't. I mean, there may be something in there. That's a problem. Sometimes these babies get rain wrapped and they're really hard to, it's really hard to see. That's why we always, want you to just go to the basement when you hear that something is going on. When you hear those sirens go, when your phone blasts a tornado warning at you, just unless you know there are people that know what's happening with these storms, but just get to a safe place. We have a very good area of rotation here on South Dakota 34, and there's a big mess of different warnings here. We're right on, I believe this is on the border of the Aberdeen and the Sioux Falls National Weather Service, which means that they have to, there's a whole bunch of different warnings for one storm. Just kind of the way it works. It's a little messy sometimes, but it works. So there you go. Big area of rotation right there. Let me just, we're going to pause from this for just a second. I want to just buzz back here and talk about some of the other things going on here. And I'm going to bring up my reflectivity again here for just a second. But there's a brand new warning here. This one right here for parts of Buffalo and Hand County. This is until 4:15, 60 wind gusts, 1.5 inches hail. So that one's a pretty intense storm here. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for this cell that includes Fort Thompson, 60 wind, maybe ping pong ball size hail. And this one for Buffalo and Lyman County for 60 gusts and quarter size hail. We have a severe thunderstorm warning here for parts of Buffalo and Hand County for 60 gusts and golf ball size hail, and a severe thunderstorm warning here for 60 gusts for Gerald County, 60 gusts, and again, golf ball size hail. And one out here. Yeek. Lyman County, severe thunderstorm warning. We have a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust report. Oh, look at this. We have some hail reports with this storm earlier. 3-inch hail. Yowza. 2.5-inch hail with these storms. And so these are not messing around. These are big, bad storms out here in central South Dakota. So just keep that in mind. For the rest of you, nothing really going on at this point, which is a good thing. We don't have a lot happening across much of the region. We do have this severe thunderstorm watch in effect till 9 tonight for central and eastern South Dakota, and eventually we're going to see this whole mess expand and move into Minnesota and Iowa overnight tonight, where we're going to get more heavy, heavy rain, and that concerns me because of what is going on over here. They have just been clobbered with rain over here in southeastern Minnesota. Look at the storm total rain accumulation. You see some of these numbers over here: Caledonia, Mabel, Harmony, Preston. Just look at some of these numbers. I'm just going to do a little right there. 12.18. This is Doppler radar estimated, but by George, that's a lot of freaking rain that they've had in far southeastern Minnesota. And we have, sadly, more that's going to be rolling in here a little bit later tonight. All right, let's go back over to the big stuff going on here in South Dakota, west of Wessington Springs, Gan Valley. Tornado warning is in effect. Ryan Scholl is a storm chaser that's out there on the storm, and he's actually sent some incredible photos and pictures back here, but doesn't look like his stream is live at the moment. But this tornado warning remains in effect till 4 Central. And in addition to a pretty good amount of rotation here, you can still see we're still humming along. This rotation is, yikes, right there. We're west of Wessington Springs. Kind of map it out. We're northeast of Gan Valley. Gan Valley, you are mostly done with this whole mess right now, but this is about, I'm grabbing the wrong tool, 7 miles northeast of Gan Valley. And Wessington Springs, you're not really in the midst of this at all. This is going to go north and east, but just for kind of placing this, it's about 14, 15 miles west of Wessington Springs. This is not moving toward Wessington Springs at this time. It's actually moving more northeast. And actually, I mean, I know there are folks, farms and things out there, but no real big towns along the way. This is generally going to stay kind of out in the middle of rural territory out here in east central South Dakota. So, but again, this is what we're watching this right here. A big area of rotation. Northeast of Gan Valley, now just north of South Dakota Highway 34. There is Ryan Scholl's live view again, and you can see it right there. It's pretty impressive, right? I mean, there's a lot of lowering, a lot of activity there, and you see that in the middle of the screen, kind of in the foreground. You see that spinning. That, to me, looks like it is about to become a tornado. Not 100% sure. Sometimes they spin up like this and then just decide, maybe not today. But there is definitely rotation right there. And again, this is northeast of Gan Valley, about 7 miles, right along or a little north of South Dakota Highway 34. And look at it, kind of just pooped out right there. But then you never know. Sometimes it just comes right back. Wow. Thank you for watching, by the way. Live streaming on Facebook and YouTube and I think TikTok. It tells me that TikTok is streaming. Sometimes it goes and sometimes it doesn't. But watching severe storms, and I have a feeling we're going to be doing this for a while here today, whether it's here on KEYC Channel 12. We're going to be keeping an eye on all of these storms as we roll through the afternoon and into the evening and probably into the overnight hours. And then again, late tonight and tomorrow, Friday night, we have another shot at severe weather as well. So we are going to be very, very busy. This is the severe risk for today. And you can see that basically I-94 South, at least a level 2 out of 5. From Marshall to Windham, Spencer, Yankton, Mitchell, Huron, Aberdeen, we are at a level 3 out of 5. And just let me break this all down here for you for a second. You can see that the tornado risk today is 2%. Best chance for tornadoes is now. When we get these storm cells, kind of like the ones in central South Dakota, they're on their own, kind of. They can take all of the energy from the atmosphere without having to share it with the other storms out there. And that's when we're most likely to get a tornadic thunderstorm. Now, as we make our way into the post-sunset hours, after the sun goes down, these storms will likely form clusters or into a big line. And at that point, that's when we start to get these big, whopping, damaging straight-line wind gust risks. And so that will become an issue overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. And then these storms are all going to push east into Minnesota. If we bring up the hail risk, risk of hail. But really, the biggest risk here is going to be damaging straight-line wind gusts. Oh, and by the way, We're going to do it all again tomorrow. Part of this is for the storms moving across Minnesota tomorrow morning, but then we may see more storms developing late tonight. And there you have it. So there is a lot going on here with severe weather this week. Very unsettled week that we have going on. All right, let's get back to what's going on here. We're kind of watching this cell. We have a tornado warning in effect. And let me just talk a little bit about the radar here. And you can see this area right here. This is the best area of rotation right now, north of South Dakota 34. And I got to zoom in a little bit here to get the road. 368th Avenue and South Dakota 34. And this is basically moving. You can kind of watch how everything moves to the northeast here. And there it goes. So that is our tornado warning for Gerald County. And that remains in effect until 4 o'clock this afternoon. All righty then. Let's talk about some of these other storms that we have moving across central South Dakota. And again, this is really where it's at right now. There's nothing else going on. I know the Brookings area, we talked about some storms there a little earlier, but those just couldn't get, they tried and failed. But these are the ones that are good and strong out here. So we have multiple warnings. A severe thunderstorm warning for Hyde and Buffalo, 60 gusts, 1.25 inch hail, which is about ping pong ball size hail. We have this one for Lyman and Buffalo till 4 o'clock, 60 gusts, 1.5 inch hail, $50 size-ish. This one here for 60 gusts and 2-inch hail. We're talking bigger than golf ball when we have 2-inch hail. But you look at that, zoom in there, and no towns pop up. That's a good thing, but it also means that there are probably crops or ranch land or cows or somebody that's going to get the beat down with potential golf ball size hail. And I can pull up, and why don't we do that here real quick? Maximum expected hail size with these storms. And we do have a couple of spots here where, I mean, it's not great. 1.8. So that kind of falls into between maybe ping pong and golf ball size hail with those. Go over here. This one, 1.2. It's a little bigger than quarter size hail possible with these particular storms. But again, it's the rotation here that is a little more concerning to me. And if we bring up velocity mode right here, that's where we have everything going on here. So, well, thanks everybody for all the nice comments. You guys are very nice. I have the best, you know what? I have the best Facebook followers. And once in a while, there are a couple of, a-holes that make their way into it. And you all take care of it for me. I don't even have to say anything unless I want to be funny. So that's kind of nice. You're all great. So thank you. And thank you all for hanging along and watching. And I appreciate it. I like to, weather has always been my thing. And so it is very nice joy that I am able to do this and someone will actually pay attention to it. There's our rotation right there. That is it. Northeast of Gan Valley. We're about, keeps moving away. If you're in Gan Valley, you're done. You're done with this. You had your time. I hope everything is okay in Gan Valley. I don't have any reports of anything nasty happening there, but it's about 8.5 miles northeast of Gan Valley at this point. And I don't want to scare you, Wessington Springs, it is not headed toward Wessington Springs. But just to give you just an idea, we're 16 miles kind of west-northwest of Wessington Springs. That's where this storm is at the moment. And there is a tornado warning that is in effect for Gerald County till 4 o'clock, almost 2-inch hail, golf ball size hail possible with this line of storms here. So we are watching. Yes, thank you for pointing that out. It is. I know. I meant Gan Valley. You were done for the immediate moment. I didn't mean forever. I did not mean forever. There's more stuff going on down here by Chamberlain, and we kind of watch how all of this moves. Notice how that's just kind of developing here. Now what we're going to do is wait to see if this takes off too, because if it does, we could be in for more trouble with this whole mess of thunderstorms that is moving through. Let's go back to Ryan's camera, see what he's got for us. Yeah, boy, you get this. So what happens when you get storms like this, and you saw that rotation that I couldn't tell looking at my monitor if that tornado actually touched down, funnel, whatever it was, that spinning thing that was on the screen. That'll happen. It'll give up and be done with, and the storm will recycle itself. So everything will go up. Anything that looks like rotating tornado or anything like that will go back into the storm. The returns on the radar, the velocity that show the rotation will kind of spread out a little bit, and then all of a sudden it'll recycle and everything will start to tighten up again, and we'll start to see the same thing happen all over again just a little ways down the road. Look at a lot of folks out watching. The cows are all clumped together in a group. Oh, yes. I mean, it is cool to look at. And if you know what you're doing, can stay away. You know, everybody always used to, I did a lot more storm chasing in the past, and they always used to say that it was so scary. And I said, you know, if you know storm structure and you know where to be and where, more importantly, where not to be, you're going to be fine. And that's actually one of the reasons why I do weather, because when I was a kid, I was so terrified of tornadoes. I realized that, you know, you conquer your fear by learning more about it and doing something about it. And I figured, you know what? I'm not going to let them get me. I'm going to go get them. Look at that. We do have some good rotation coming along in this cell that's right through here. All right, so here we are. Here we are. Look at that. Tornado warning in effect. We have a couple of new severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued here, too. And again, it's a wonky shape because we're right on the border of the Sioux Falls National Weather Service. They call it their county warning area, and it's all divided up by county and Aberdeen's. And so this, and I hate to lose this, but I just want to pop this up here for just a second. Severe thunderstorm warning now until 4:30 for Gerald County, Beadle County, for about ping pong to golf ball size hail. We have this warning for Gerald County until 3:45 for golf ball size hail. And again, this tornado warning still in effect for another 16 minutes until 4 o'clock for that tornado. I'm going to put this up here, and we're just going to watch. Oh, I'm muted. Thanks, Mark. I must have bumped the button. I was just saying I'm going to go into radar mode here for a second. And Mark, I think I just need to hire you to be my I appreciate your help. I'm going to go grab my water and do a couple things real quick, and then I'll be right back. But again, this tornado warning remains in effect here for Gerald County for about another 15 minutes or so. It's a pretty ominous looking sky that we have going on there. Tornado warning remains in effect for Gerald County. Until 4 o'clock. Tornado and golf ball size hail. And I always like to see in the thing, tornadic thunderstorm will remain over rural areas, northwestern Gerald County. All right, they're doing a little chit chat here, so we'll take a little time to kind of talk about this warning that's in effect. And again, if I bring up the velocity, not as the rotation signature here isn't as good as it was before. And I use good in a sense that good for storm development. I don't mean it's good, and I don't want anybody to have a tornado. So that's good news. We still have this severe thunderstorm warning for Gerald and Beadle County till 4:30, and this is for radar indicated 60 gusts and 1.5 inch hail. So, ping pong ball or a little larger hail over there. We have this severe thunderstorm warning that is basically north and west of the South Dakota 34-45 intersection for parts of Buffalo and Hand County. 2-inch hail possible there. And that's where we had the big hail blob here just a little while ago. And so this is actually a little further north now, west of South Dakota 45. Let me slide in here. And biggest number I can find in here is about 1.8. So that'll put us maybe a little smaller than golf ball, right around golf ball size potential. Now this is radar determined, so it could go either way. So don't, this is not gospel when we're talking real-time radar observation stuff, but something to just sort of keep an eye on. And as we go a little back further to the west here, Fort Thompson's starting to wind down now, but we do have this severe thunderstorm warning. It's not much longer, 9 minutes for parts of Buffalo and Lyman County. And we do have this one down here now. This is a newer severe thunderstorm warning till 4:30 for parts of Brule County. 60 wind, 1-inch hail, and that is the bottom, that is the lowest level of a severe thunderstorm warning. Those are the ones that we get a warning and it's like, you know what? Not a lot happens with those. But take them seriously. These storms have had a history of intensifying. And just like that, we have a brand new tornado warning that was just issued. Let's go to it. Tornado warning for Gerald, Beadle, Hand County until 4:30. Let me pull up. Kind of get lost with all of this going on here. Too many tabs on my Chrome browser. Southwestern Beadle, northwestern Gerald County till 4:30. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 8 miles southeast of Danforth, 26 miles south of Miller, moving northeast at a measly 10 miles per hour. So these storms are not moving fast by any stretch of the imagination. These are pokey little storms. Still a little rotation here. And we can go back, see if Ryan is still visiting or if he's out. There he is. Yeah, see? So we are looking into, he's driving north, and we're basically looking over to here. And nice little shelf type structure, but nothing tornado-y coming out of that at the moment. But see, that's why they issued the tornado warning. The warning comes out before the tornado. At least that's the hope, so that you have time to get to a safe place and get to shelter. So that is what's going on there. And again, this tornadic thunderstorm, it has the... I love it when the list of cities doesn't have cities in it. Not that I am happy about the the fact that, I mean, I know a lot of farms and farmers and such are out there, but it's nice when these happen in rural areas and we're not dealing with towns. Now, that could change later. And of course, later tonight, we are going to be potentially dealing with more of these storms. Once we get into the later night hours, after the sun goes down and storms become either clusters or a line, that's when our big risk will shift and kind of transition to damaging wind gusts and large hail. All right, let me just back off here for a minute. Not a lot going on here. We do have some thunderstorms down in Iowa, some pretty good storms that are happening down here. North of Dyersville, Field of Dreams. I guess 1-inch hail for this one. These storms were a little stronger earlier. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts on those. I have another one here again, 1-inch hail. So not too horrible at this point, but those may be strengthened. Actually, Corey Hartman is headed off to see those storms in a little bit. We may see some from him later if he gets anything interesting over there. But for now, Wessington Springs, that is where it's at. See if these guys, actually, South Dakota, and I'll say this because I've been to all of it. South Dakota is a place where storm chasers love it because there aren't that many people here. If you are chasing tornadoes down in it's thrilling to be at a storm chase. Storm chasers are never happy that there's a tornado or somebody's getting severe weather or a tornado. But it's always it's very exciting to be able to watch storms, and actually it's nice to be able to be out there to let people know that poop is hitting the fan. But I lost my train of thought. Oh, storm chasers love the Dakotas. The only issue when you storm chase in South Dakota is that when you get to the Missouri River, you have like 5 options over the span of 400 miles to get across. So they just issued this is Aberdeen, so here we are, right on the border of the Sioux Falls National Weather Service office. Aberdeen is here. So we get separate warnings for the cells, but Hand County now until 4:30, tornado warnings. So basically, we get all these polygons, and it looks like a mess, and it's because Aberdeen could only issue warnings here, and Sioux Falls could only issue warnings here. So they each have to issue their own warning, and it all comes together and just looks like that's how it works. That's how it goes. The important thing is that we do have tornado warning in effect. Let's see if this has tightened up at all. We've been kind of watching the velocity on the radar, and this is what we're looking at right through here. That is the area of rotation that we are looking at. We can actually look at it from 2 different radars. This is the Sioux Falls radar, not quite, a little closer to Aberdeen here. So that's the radar we're looking at. Tornado warning again in effect. Nothing coming out of there yet. And fortunately, this is not in a very populated space, which is okay with me. And if we bring up our storm tracker, we are going to find that at the speed we're moving here, there's nothing in the path. There's just nothing there. If I extend this out to 2 hours, if this thing keeps going like it is, which it's not going to happen, and don't worry, I know if you're in Woolsey, 554, I mean, that's forever from now when it comes to this sort of thing. So I'm just using that as an example to show you that we have a lot of rural space out here. And I know that there are farms and farmers and ranches and ranchers and farm places and homesteads out there, but no major cities here. But we'll keep watching this for a little while. I'm going to go to radar mode for just a little while. I've got to start putting some of my graphics together for KEYC News Now at 5 and 6. have that coming up, but I'll keep the stream live, and we'll keep an eye on things and be watching here as storms continue to develop and move through. Actually, I'll do that here in a little bit. I was going to give you a quick rundown on everything going on and what we're expecting for later, but there is a big slew of severe thunderstorm warnings in effect here, all for 60 gusts and hail that could be anywhere from larger than quarter up to golf ball size associated with these storms. And just a real quick recap as to where the hail is. Maximum expected hail. The big one is up here. That's where golf ball size hail possible. There is a little hail with this cell that we're looking at right now, too. Probably ping pong ball-ish size hail with these. But I'm going to go back here. Keep an eye on this. Again, tornado warning, mostly rural areas. And this is for parts of that western corner of Beetle, Gerald, parts of Hand, and also for that's very southeastern corner of the Hand County is where we're at there. So I'll put Ryan's feedback up here, and I'm going to slip into radar mode just for a little while. There's the Gerald County Sheriff stopping to say hello. I was storm chasing your Parker, and I was sitting alongside of the road, and Byron Nogelmeyer, the good sheriff of Turner County, came cruising up behind me, and I think it might have been me and Brian Karstens in the Kellerland in Dorothy. And he said, "You guys just go, go, go. Take me to where it's bad, and you just go as fast as you need to go." And he was wearing a number one dad T-shirt. I loved it. It was great. So, all right. I'm going to turn off my mic for just a second, leave the this whole thing in radar mode for a few minutes. I'm going to put my 10-day forecast together for the news at 5 and 6. But we'll be keeping the stream up here, and I'll update if anything turns to crap. I'll have updates here for you. So, I have a brand new, real quick before we do that. Just want to bop through this severe thunderstorm warning, brand new one, 60 gusts, 1-inch hail for parts of Aurora, Brule, and Gerald counties till 4:45, and we'll go back to it. And now I'm going to stop talking for just a little while. But again, I'm watching. If anything happens, I'll be back to let you know. this map is really, really stinking messy, and it's all because we're sitting on the border of the Sioux Falls and Aberdeen National Weather Service offices, and basically, because the National Weather Service goes by county, Aberdeen can issue for Hand County, Hyde County, locations west, and then Sioux Falls issues for Gerald County and Beetle County, and they can't issue across each other's things. And so instead of one box, nice clean thing for the storm, you have multiple boxes and a big mess like this. And actually, this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning here. So let's talk about what's going on here for just a second. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Buffalo and Hand County, and this is a more significant storm that we have here. This is for golf ball or larger hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible with this storm. And let me just draw. That would be this severe thunderstorm warning right here. The Millerdale Colony, southwest of Wessington, and this whole storm is moving to the northeast, and it's not moving fast. It's moving at about probably 15 to 20 tops miles per hour. But let me get the scoop here on the warning. 2-inch hail, 70 gusts. Trained weather spotters reported 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and golf ball to baseball size hail 6 miles west of South Dakota 45 on the Hand Buffalo County line. Holy moly. All right, so that is a whole thing. So let me bring up the hail tool here. Well, there's not much now, but let me take you back. Oh, okay. Yep. There you go. Right here. That's what we're talking about. That was at 4 o'clock. 2-inch hail. Looks like the radar algorithm is doing a good job at guesstimating the hail. And now, already, we fly ahead to 412, the latest radar scan. I know it's 413 now. That's gone, but we do have a couple of other spots. With the potential for some hail, 1 to 1.5. So, yeah, we're looking at maybe east of Gan Valley, Crow Lake, Wessington Springs, potential there for some maybe ping pong ball size or larger hail. So some large hail potential with all of this that's going on here. Oops, I just hit the wrong button. There we go. All right, so let's go back. On this cell right here and just double check. So what we're looking for is the rotation. That would be right in here. No reports of a tornado yet, but we're going to keep this up. I'm going to keep plugging away. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm working on the KEYC 10-day forecast for the news at 5. So I'm keeping an eye on things. If anything starts to rock and roll again, if anything changes or stuff gets sketchy, I will pop back up. Hey, just a quick heads up on this severe thunderstorm near Crow Lake, east of Gan Valley for Aurora, Brule, and Gerald County. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts now with that baby. That is a powerful storm. Warning on that till 4:45. Another 24 minutes to go here. We still have that tornado warning that's in effect. Going to put that up there for you. Although that might be a stuck frame. I don't think. Yeah, I think that might be old. All right, going to just keep rolling along here and leave the stream up. And if anything changes, develops, I'll let you know. Catch you later. By the way, that is some pretty good hail potential there. South of Highway 34, west of 281, Crow Lake. We're looking, well, this is the same. This is exactly what the radar showed before, back northwest, where along Highway 45, where we had a report of baseball size hail, golf ball to baseball. So there could be some pretty good hail along with this mess right here. There's another something too down by Kimball. The road weather station there, the South Dakota DOTs, they have cameras and weather stations on the side of the road. 73 mile per hour gust reported there. That's messy. So some strong storms. In fact, the severe thunderstorm warning continues for 70 gusts until 4:45 for parts of Aurora, Brule, and Gerald County. Actually, I'm just looking here to see the satellite. One of the things that is a big determining factor in storm development, especially in this pattern, is if we clear out enough and we get enough energy from sunshine. And we actually have that in a lot of spots here today. And so that's going to help and increase the chances of thunderstorms. So here we go. Sorry, I had the wrong channel. And look at that. Look at those thunderstorm tops here by Wessington Springs, Fort Thompson. Holy crap. Those are big storms. And we're going to watch this mess continue to develop. Notice this little area right down here. That could be a focal point for development here shortly. We may see development extending down further unless we have a little cap there that prevents that from happening. But locations further east, just be weather ready. This is one of those days where you got to pay attention and be weather aware here because the whole atmosphere is unstable, but the development of storms will kind of depend on where we have little weak spots in the cap or that warmer layer of air aloft. And when we have sunshine, that gives us more heat energy and helps strengthen those updrafts, and so they can bust through that warmer layer of air. And when that happens, we get, well, we get this. Brand new tornado warning in effect. Let's find out about this for Aurora, Gerald, and Sanborn counties. Tornado quarter-size hail, radar indicated rotation, 9 miles northwest of Storla, 15 miles north of Plankinton, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So that would be, let me switch to velocity mode. Oh, yeah, that's impressive. That'd be this area right in here. Potential tornado, and we actually have two chaser teams pretty close to that. So we'll keep an eye on that. But right now, northwest of Storla, just west of US 281. That is the area that we're kind of watching here. So let's see what we got here from. Nope, they're still hung up. We'll go back to Ryan and see what he has going on here. But again, this is a pretty good area of rotation here as far as the radar is concerned. Nothing confirmed touching down yet, and as we can see, it doesn't look like we have a lot of that stuff happening at this point. But radar indicated, and this is when we still have that area of rotation that's still elevated, but the warning's there so that you know about it before things touch down. So I'm going to be keeping a close eye on this. In addition, there could be some large hail and some strong damaging wind gusts too. 5:15, tornado warning for western Sanborn, northeastern Aurora, and southeastern Gerald County until 5:15. And again, this is moving east at around, this is sped up a little bit, 35 miles per hour. And if it keeps moving like it is, Woonsocket, you are going to be in the path of this by about 4:40. It's 4:35 now. So basically this whole area right here is the area that we're looking at. Let me get the storm tracker going here. We track this whole area. I need to take the storm chaser off of here for just a second. Lane 442, depending on where the leading edge of this is, Woonsocket about 15 to 20 minutes from now, Forestburg at 5:04. So again, is this, well, maybe move this up a little bit. And we'll try this one more time. This is a big area. Moving again at around 35. So Woonsocket 452, Lane 441, Forestburg 504, Artesian 520. Plan on a little earlier than that, just in case this speeds up at all. But this is, again, a pretty serious storm. Tornado warning in effect now for western Sanborn, northeastern Aurora, for southeastern Gerald until 5:15. Radar indicated tornado at this time, but we're going to keep a close watch here on what is going on with this storm. We have a storm chase team here keeping an eye on it, and I will keep an eye on it too. Stay with me. I'll let you know if anything develops or changes here. Oh, and by the way, just a reminder, if you are watching my stream occasionally on YouTube or Facebook, just click the live button. I want to make sure that especially if you are in the midst of crap and the weather's bad where you are and you're depending on this for information, be sure you're watching live and not in earlier. Sometimes it's easy to accidentally bump the screen and the timeline goes back. And so you're watching stuff from like a half hour ago. Just make sure you are watching the live feed as it comes through. So that's just a public service announcement. The more you know. All right, I'm gonna. Tornado warning, by the way, remains in effect here for the big red polygon moving toward Woonsocket right now. I wonder if my good friend Amy Moran is watching. She's from Woonsocket. She made the best cheeseburgers at the El Bar K back in the day. But those of you in Woonsocket, she's Amy Roeder now. Hi, Mark. Her husband's a cool dude, too. But as we kind of watch here, this whole big line is moving toward Woonsocket, about 35 miles per hour. And we have Ryan Scholl chasing the storm. Let me bring the velocity mode back up here. And it is kind of messy. But I would say, really, this entire area right in here, especially this little area right here, doesn't look like we have any huge lowering. We got some stuff going on up here too. So really this whole area, there's a lot happening. So I'm going to be watching this closely. I have a newscast in 20 minutes. I'll leave the stream up while I go do my weather. All my KEYC friends, if you are my KEYC viewers and friends, we are getting ready for later tonight is when our best chance for severe weather will be across Minnesota. It's going to be another late night tonight. A lot of folks dealing with stuff. Real quick, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Huron, Gerald, Beetle County. This includes Woolsey, Virgil, Huron. This line of thunderstorms continues to move toward the Huron area now, and that is kind of kicking in at about 30 miles per hour. So if we run our storm track along the heaviest line here, that would put the storms near Huron at 456, Cavour at 512, Iroquois by 531. Woolsey, Virgil, that storm already kicking in for you. So just keep that in mind. All right, I am going to put our storm chaser back up here, and you can see a little bit of a notch here, some inflow. Oh, another tornado warning. Let's see what the scoop is on this one. Radar indicated expires at 5:15. I think that's basically just to shorten it up and get these folks here out of the warning, maybe an update. But again, this is moving toward Woonsocket. Let me see what tornado warning for western Sanborn, northeastern Aurora, southeastern Gerald. Severe thunderstorm capable of precipitating a tornado 7 miles south of Lane, 18 miles north of Plankenden, moving east at 35. It says Woonsocket at about 445. So if you are at Woonsocket, get to a safe place now. Forestburg at 450. It's moving east at 35 miles per hour. Again, if you are in Woonsocket, get to a safe place. Here we are. Our storm chasers are in Woonsocket. All right, so what we're looking at here, this is a rotation product, and it looks like the most significant rotation is right in here. So yeah, Woonsocket. If you are in Woonsocket, get to a safe place now. This is a dangerous storm that is moving in. I don't see a tornado on the ground yet. The warning is for a radar indicated tornado at this point, but that could very easily change at any time. So again, if you are in Woonsocket, get to a safe place. This storm is moving in right now into the west side of town. So again, if you are in Woonsocket, get to a safe place. I'm seeing a brief touchdown southeast Woonsocket. Again, if you are in Woonsocket, get to a safe place. Tornado warning is in effect. There is a storm, apparently a brief touchdown. We actually have a brand new tornado warning that's going to pop up here, I think, in just a second. This one is for northern Sanborn, southeastern Beetle, northeastern Gerald County. Radar indicated rotation. There it is. Includes the city of Alpena. Again, a brand new tornado warning. This one right here for parts of Gerald, northern, let's see here. Northern Sanborn, southeastern Beetle, northeastern Gerald County till 5:30. Radar indicated tornado here with this particular cell. There's a good amount of rotation right here north of Alpena and south of Alpena and near Woonsocket. So if you're anywhere in here, there's a possibility of a tornado. Get to a safe place now. We're keeping an eye on things. Everything is moving to the east at around 35 to 40 miles per hour. So if we just basically follow this line where the rotation is at its greatest, that puts the storm in the vicinity of Woonsocket now. Huron, the tornadic part of the cell, not necessarily in Huron, but if you're in Huron, 10 minutes or less. Cavour, about 20 minutes. This storm is going to be moving into your neck of the woods. And a brand new tornado warning for central Beetle County until 5:30. And that one does include Huron. So that would be this area of rotation here to the north. So we have tornado warnings all along this line, and there are a whole lot of different areas of rotation kind of mixed in here, and all of it's going to be difficult to see. So if you are in Huron now, we do have a tornado warning that is in effect for Huron, and that storm is also moving northeast at about, this one at around 20 or so miles per hour. So we have a lot that's happening here. Several areas of rotation: Alpena, Woonsocket, Huron. If you are in these areas, get to a safe place now. This particular storm right here moving toward Huron, again, is rolling at about 20, so this will be in Huron at around 5:04, but I would say plan on earlier than that. Give it 10 to 15. Yale, it's going to be a while. But again, there is a tornado warned storm moving toward Huron. So here are the tornado warnings as of right now. Central Beetle until 5:30. Northern Sanborn, southeastern Beetle, northeastern Gerald until 5:30. Western Sanborn, northeastern Aurora, southeastern Gerald until 5:30. This whole big line here with tornado warned storms, and those red areas are all the areas with the most significant rotation right now. The radar reflectivity was looking a little messy. I'm going to bring the regular radar back up here. Again, a lot of tornado warnings. I'm going to bring the chaser back up. Stay with me. I'll continue to update, and I'm going to be watching everything very closely here as we move forward with these tornado warnings. Again, Huron area, Huron, Alpena, all the way down to Woonsocket. Tornado warnings in effect for about the next half hour or so. Going to radar mode for a few minutes. I'll be back with updates in a bit. Hey, everybody, back here with just a real quick update on everything that's going on. We have a whole slew of tornado warnings that are in effect here for parts of South Dakota. A lot of rotation along with this line of thunderstorms. In fact, I'm going to bring up the rotation and show you where the best rotation is. Really, up you see all these little yellow blops. There's a whole big area right through here, especially near Woonsocket right now, and up to the north to near Huron. If you are in any of these areas, get to a safe place right now. We have a tornado warning in effect for Beadle County. That includes the Huron area. We have a tornado warning in effect for parts of Gerald, Sanborn, and Beadle, which includes Alpena, South Dakota Highway 37. We have a tornado warning for this cell here for parts of Aurora, Gerald, Sanborn. That includes the Woonsocket area, which appears to be dealing with some pretty nasty stuff right now. We just have a lot of rotation. The velocity is kind of messy here, but there are a lot of places along this line where we have potential rotation, a potential tornado. Also, there is the potential for some hail mixed in with all of this too, west of Huron, southwest of Woonsocket near Alpena. It's possible that we're seeing some big hail with the thunderstorms as well. So if you are in Huron, Alpena, if you are in Woonsocket, get to a safe place now. These are dangerous thunderstorms, and we do have a bit of rotation here with these storms. So be ready. I got to go be on TV. I'll be back. We are still in the midst of multiple tornado warnings here across much of eastern South Dakota. Huron area tornado warning. We have a tornado warning for Sanborn and Beetle County. All of these radar indicated. Tornado warning for Aurora, Gerald, and Sanborn counties as well. And again, radar indicated tornadoes here for all of these, but definitely a lot of rotation happening with these storms. So if you are in the vicinity of these storms, get yourself to a safe place. This is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, and it's orange. 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this severe thunderstorm. All right, this is a big deal. Huron is included. Cavour, Iroquois, Yale. We are getting into dangerous territory here with these severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, brand new severe thunderstorm warning just issued, and this is for 90-mile-per-hour wind. There was a 90-mile-per-hour gust reported at Huron Airport just a short while ago. This is a dangerous storm. Huron, Cavour, Iroquois, Bancroft. Again, severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for a dangerous storm that has the potential to produce 90-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts. All right, northwestern Kingsbury, eastern Beetle County are the counties included in this severe thunderstorm warning. It is moving east at around 50 miles per hour. And again, a 90-mile-per-hour wind gust reported at the Automated Surface Observation Station, the airport weather reporting station in Huron. So this is a big deal. This is a life-threatening situation. Cavour, Yale, Iroquois, all in the path of the storm. It is moving east at about 50 or so miles per hour. So severe thunderstorm warning, 90-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts are possible with this storm. This is a dangerous storm. Let me pop up Storm Tracker here. And we're going to go on the leading edge, kind of ahead of the wind. Now, keep in mind, with this type of storm, the wind can get there before the rain does. Cavour, 5:05, basically now. Iroquois, 5:15, but I would hedge early on this. So give it 5 to 10 minutes for you. DeSmet, we're looking at about 25 to 30 minutes. Lake Preston, 5:41. Bryant, 5:50. And eventually, if this holds together, Arlington, Badger, Hetland, you are in the running for this particular storm as well. But again, this is a dangerous severe thunderstorm with potential to produce wind gusts of 90-plus miles per hour here, and that does include the Huron area. We do have another warning down here to the south, and this one is for parts of Aurora, Davison, Minor, Sanborn, and Hanson counties. Let me break that down. Northern Davison, southern Sanborn, east central Aurora, southwestern Minor, northern Hanson County. And we're looking at the potential for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail with this particular storm. But again, this is a dangerous storm moving through Huron now. 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts were reported in Huron at the airport, and that is that's an official airport weather observation station. So that's a wind report that is significant. So if you are in Huron, Cavour, Yale, anywhere in Beetle County, western Kingsbury County, DeSmet, eventually Lake Preston, but Iroquois, Cavour, Yale, you are right smack in the middle of this mess, and you need to get to a safe place because this is a step above your typical severe thunderstorm warning. This is one for dangerous 90-plus mile-per-hour straight-line wind gusts. In addition, there are tornado warnings in effect. There is some rotation with these. None of these are confirmed tornadoes at this point. But the atmosphere definitely is in wild shape here this afternoon. But again, Huron, Iroquois, Cavour, Beetle County, western Kingsbury County, a 90-mile-per-hour wind thunderstorm is moving your way. 50-mile-per-hour movement from west to east. Get to a safe place. I'll be back with more here in just a bit. Hey, everybody, if you're just popping in here, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that is serious. 90 plus mile per hour wind gusts in the Huron area right now. And the storm for parts of Kingsbury, Beadle County. If you're in that area, get to a safe place now. I'll have more coming up in just a bit. Hey, we have one more brand new severe thunderstorm warning here for parts of Minor, Kingsbury, Sanborn, Beadle, and Lake County. 90 mile per hour wind gust possible with this part of the storm as well. So we have a destructive thunderstorm that's going to be moving in. I'll be back. I'll take you through it. I'll storm track it in a moment. I have to do a little TV thing real quick, and I will be back with you. So stand by. All right, everybody, we're back. Streaming coverage of the storms moving through, and we have a couple of significant severe thunderstorm warnings in effect now. And I'm going to start with the brand new one that is now in effect until 6 o'clock tonight. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for southwestern Kingsbury, Sanborn, northwestern Lake, southeastern Beadle, and northern Minor counties until 6 o'clock. We have potential 90 mile per hour wind gusts with this and quarter size hail possible. So these are deadly dangerous, destructive thunderstorms that are making a beeline across South Dakota right now. Iroquois, Esmond, Carthage. Let me get this out of the way. DeSmet, the Cloverleaf Colony, Bancroft, eventually Lake Preston, Oldham, Badger, Arlington. You are going to be in the path of this. Lake Poncet, if things keep going like they are, you need to be ready as well. Southwest of Lake Preston, Lake Thompson area. If you are in the Lake Thompson area, you are in this right now. And I know there are a lot of people out camping, getting ready for the 4th of July weekend. A camper will not withstand this, and you don't have a lot of time as this line of thunderstorms is moving east at about 50 or so miles per hour. So if we keep going like we are. Let me just get the storm tracker here. Let me try that one more time. And I'm going out a little bit ahead of the main line because the wind usually hits first. We are going to be, and you can see the line here, 5:30 to 5:45. So we're looking at Lake Thompson probably sometime around 5:30 to 5:40. If you are in a camper on Lake Thompson, you got to get out of there and get to your shelter. Your camper's not going to handle a 90-mile-per-hour wind gust. And unfortunately, this storm is confirmed. We have confirmed 90-mile-per-hour. You see that 90 in Huron right now. And by the way, Huron, you are still getting blasted with wind and heavy rain as we speak. So again, Carthage, we're looking at 5, 6, 7 minutes from now. De Smet, 10 to 15 from now. Lake Preston in about 20 to 25 minutes from now. But Lake Thompson, you are going to be a lot sooner than that. And eventually, if we keep going and this northern edge of the line holds together, we are going to be dealing with Lake Poncet, Lake Norden as well. Dangerous storm, 90-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts possible with this line of storms. We also have several tornado warnings. Radar indicated, if I switch over and put up the rotation, you can see that there are quite a few places with a bit of rotation. No real confirmation at this point. Look at these, though. This is crazy. We have a 90-mile-per-hour gust reported at the road weather station near Alpena, a 90-mile-per-hour gust at the Huron Regional Airport. So all of this this storm has a bad history, and so things are going to get nasty here for those of you who are along this line. If you are anywhere in here, I would even say Willow Lake, Bryant, Irwin, just get ready because this line is moving at about 50 miles per hour, and this is a dangerous line of thunderstorms that is moving through right now. So again, we have multiple reports of 90-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts. Also, just a quick note, the National Weather Service has expanded that severe thunderstorm watch just a little bit further south and east. So if I can bring that up here for you, Sioux Falls area now included in a severe thunderstorm warning. Mitchell, Chamberlain, Brookings, Watertown, Huron, all in a severe thunderstorm watch that remains in effect here until about, I think, 9 o'clock-ish is when that's in effect. But again, Sioux Falls metro area is now in a severe thunderstorm watch. And we do have a huge line of severe thunderstorms with nasty 90-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts possible along this entire line. And you see those orange boxes that we have right there. That's the way my radar indicates that the severe thunderstorm warning is something extra. It's not your standard 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and, quarter-size hail severe thunderstorm warning. This storm is coming in to kick some major A. And so from Bancroft to Esmond to Carthage to Artesian, we do have these tornado warnings in effect as well. There is some rotation in these storms. Nothing confirmed at this point, but anything that would be tornadic would be rain-wrapped. Radar indicated. And you know what? This wind does just as much damage as a tornado. So take this seriously. We have dangerous, severe thunderstorms that are moving across eastern South Dakota right now with gusts of up to 90-plus miles per hour. The storm is moving east at 50 miles per hour. So again, if the storms continue to move like they are, if they don't speed up or slow down, and they may speed up or slow down, De Smet, Lake Preston, Oldham, Lake Norden, Arlington, the Lake Thompson area. Again, I know Lake Poncet. This is moving your way as well. So Get to a safe place, get out of those trailers, get to your shelter, because this storm means business with those. 90 mile per hour. We have two different spots along South Dakota 37 where we have confirmed 90 mile per hour wind gusts. And so we're looking at 90, maybe up to 100, perhaps in spots. So get to your safe place now. I have to go do my weathercast on my favorite, the best television station in Minnesota, in the world. My hometown station is KEYC. By the way, if you ever want to watch, it's KEYC.com. We stream our newscast. But I have to go do my weather here real quick, and I will be back to give you an update on everything going on with these storms going into radar mode for just a bit. Stay with me. Hello, everybody. I am back. We are tracking severe thunderstorms that are moving across eastern South Dakota. We have a pretty nasty little situation that is going on here with severe weather. And you see those severe thunderstorm warnings. Look at how those storms are bulging out here, right through here. It is powering forward with strong damaging wind to Smet. Get ready. This thing is going to come blasting in here real soon. Esmond, Carthage, Artesian. This is a nasty, nasty line of thunderstorms that is moving in. We have a history of 90 mile per hour wind being produced by these storms. So again, if you are in the path of these storms, you got to get to a safe place now. Get indoors, away from windows. Get to where you need to go. This is a dangerous weather situation that we have happening here with these storms. Bancroft to Smet, Esmond, Carthage. That is the area of concern. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for parts of Minor, Kingsbury, Sanborn, Beetle, and Lake County. 90 mile per hour observed wind. And when you get that observed word in there, that's an even bigger deal. And again, if you are, no, I'm okay for sirens. I don't like sirens going off when there's nothing going on. Thanks, Julie. Said Huron getting hit hard, no power, 90 mile per hour wind gust at the airport. But sound those sirens when stuff's about to hit the fan. I am all about it. I don't like when sirens go and nothing happens. That's when I get a little cranky about sirens sometimes. We have this. Sorry, I'm responding to comments on my Facebook page like we're having a conversation here. Severe thunderstorm warning also for Kingsbury, Beetle County, with 80 plus mile per hour wind gusts possible. This same storm has a history of 90 mile per hour gusts, and about quarter size hail possible with these storms as they continue to move through. But this is a dangerous line of thunderstorms, so take it seriously. This is not your standard severe thunderstorm warning. Take this seriously in the way that you would take a tornado warning. We do have a couple of tornado warnings in effect for 1 minute in Sanborn and Beetle County yet. These expire all at 5:30. But really the damaging wind gusts, that is the thing right now. So if you are in the path of these storms, and I've noticed the storm chasers, they got the heck out of there too, because you don't want to get in with 90 plus mile per hour wind gusts. That is just scary. And look at these storms moving through. This is Ryan Shoal, and you can see that shelf cloud, that leading edge. We're kind of breaking up here just a little bit, but that leading edge of those storms as they move through, and that's where the wind is going to be. And again, some dangerous, damaging straight line wind gusts are possible with these storms as they move in. So all the tornado warnings are over and done with now, and this is basically a wind event, a big wind event. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Kingsbury, Clark, and Hamlin counties. That would be Aberdeen, Southern Clark, and Hamlin until 6:15 for 60 gusts and quarter hail. Carpenter, Collins, Willow Lake, Bryant, Lake Norden, and Hamlin. The edge of the school, the Hamlin School, at around 5:55 is when this is going to move in. Also, the Lake Poncet area, you are in this as well. Southern Lake Poncet may actually get whopped a little harder than northern Lake Poncet, believe it or not, because this wind on the southern edge of the storm is nothing to mess with. And again, these two orange shaded severe thunderstorm warnings, those are 80 to 90 plus mile per hour potential with those severe thunderstorms. We have another one down here that includes Mitchell, although there's not a lot actually going on in Mitchell right now, but you're going to get blasted with some wind for parts of Davidson, Minor, Sanborn, and Hanson counties. This is the Otis Project. They are out there chasing storms as well. Not as strong with the wind there. But right now, the Huron area is getting clobbered. going to try to pull up a couple of these cameras from the South Dakota DOT. If I can pop this up here for you. This is the camera at Cavour. And actually, I bet you I have a better view here. Oh, yeah, you can see those dark clouds that are off in the distance there. That is a pretty scary looking situation that we have going out there along Highway 14. Let's see if I can find 34 here. Oh, yeah, we have some Forestburg. Looks like they're getting some heavy rain. That's at 523. There's another view from the DOT camera in Forestburg. House Corner on Highway 34. Yeah, we're in, it's a pretty rough storm that we have moving through. DeSmet, you are about at it now. The storm continues to move east with 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And notice how this part of the line has sped up so much more than this part of the line. It is, but both of these segments, we are moving along at, I would say, 50-plus miles per hour. And the line here, if it keeps going like it is, I have to get this storm chaser off of here for just a second so I can set my time and get this moving in the right direction. We're going to be at Bryant in about 5 minutes or so. Arlington 5:55, Castlewood 6:11, Estelline 6:12, and that puts this in the vicinity of Lake Thompson. Lake Thompson, you are in the middle of this now. If you are at Lake Thompson, again, severe thunderstorm warning for 90-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts, and campers just won't handle that. I had somebody send me, if you could scroll back on my Facebook feed, a picture of their camper in Highmore when that 130-mile-per-hour wind gust went through the other day, and the thing is completely destroyed. So take that seriously. These are all the warnings that we have going on right now. Nothing going on further east, down by Fort Dodge, Iowa Falls, a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings there. We actually have southwest of Madison, a couple of severe thunderstorms going on down there. And a tornado warning as well for a radar-indicated tornado in Lafayette County and Iowa County in southern Wisconsin. But that's about the extent of the activity over there. All the big stuff right now is going on here. And look at this. We have a brand new tornado warning that is in effect. And this is an observed tornado. Let me bring the radar back up here and get the latest information on this warning. This is a tornado warning over Collins County, 11 miles west of Bryant. A tornado and quarter-size hail with this particular storm. Again, this is a confirmed tornado. Several reports confirming tornadoes there. So again, a tornado warning now in effect And this tornado warning is for southeastern Clark, southwestern Hamlin County until 6:15. Confirmed tornado over Collins Colony or near Bryant. That's the area we're talking about here. Let me put up the velocity. I'm going to switch to the Aberdeen radar. So likely right in here, and this is all moving very fast. So that's the general area. Everything is moving to the northeast. Oh, yeah, you can see right through here that this continues to move off to the northeast. And Sioux Falls, again, we're right on the line with the Sioux Falls and Aberdeen National Weather Service office. But so they've now issued a warning to include that particular area. So some good rotation there. Not surprised. Confirmed tornado right through here. Again, if you are Collins Colony, if you're in Bancroft, you are right in the middle of this. Willow Lake, this is moving toward you. Bryant, Vienna, and Hayti, we're going to be heading your way here real soon too. So tornado warning for a confirmed tornado. This is headed toward Willow Lake, Bryant, Vienna, Kellerton Church at around 6:10. Willow Lake Fire Department reported a tornado about 5 miles southwest of Willow Lake, and this is moving northeast at 30. So if you all are in Willow Lake, get yourself to a safe place right now. We are the best area of rotation is right through here. That is about, I would say not even 5 miles. The radar is a little behind, so we're probably less than 5 miles now. If you are in Willow Lake, get to the basement, get to a safe place. This is a confirmed tornado southwest of Willow Lake near the Collins Colony. Bryant, Vienna, Hazel, Hayti, and Lake Norden, all right smack dab in the middle of the path of this particular storm. And just to peek at the rotation here. And so that's where it was at 5:30, probably a little before 5:38. So I'd say this rotation is about here at this point. And if this is moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour, that's going to put this whole thing in Willow Lake in I would say not 16 minutes. We're probably going to be in Willow Lake by about 5:40, about the next 5 to 10 minutes, I would say, if this is moving like it is. So if you're in Willow Lake, you don't have much time. Get to a safe place. Confirmed tornado near Willow Lake right now. Confirmed tornado near Willow Lake, South Dakota. This is South Dakota. Bancroft, Collins Colony. On top of that, we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. One that remains in effect for Kingsbury and Beetle County for 80-mile-per-hour gusts. Severe thunderstorm warning for Esmond, Carthage, Minor, Kingsbury, Sanborn, Beetle, Lake counties till 6 o'clock for 70-mile-per-hour gusts. And this one just down here to the south for Davison, Minor, Sanborn, and Hanson County. Again, we're talking 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts associated with that storm, too. Otis Project storm chasers are out. There's a view. It's raining there in Alexandria now, looking north at that line of thunderstorms. And Ryan Scholl is right here, kind of between Howard and Madison and Winfred, and looking back at this line of storms as well. But the most serious part of the storm, I'd say, would be this whole area right here, where we are looking at not only a tornado, a confirmed tornado, but damaging straight-line wind gusts in excess of 80 miles per hour, folks. That is insane. That is big wind. We actually had 90. If we go back here, multiple places with 90-mile-per-hour gusts. We had a 70-mile-per-hour gust, 67 at a weather station that is a little southwest of Iroquois. And right now, confirmed tornado right in here southwest of Willow Lake, moving toward Willow Lake. If you're in Bancroft, if you're in Willow Lake, Bryant, Vienna, Hayti, even Lake Norden and Lake Poncet areas, get ready because this storm is moving your way. And not only is there a confirmed tornado, there is very strong and extreme straight-line wind gusts associated with this thing as well. And a little further to the south, a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Badger, Arlington, Bruce, and Lake Preston, 70 gusts, 1-inch hail. And this includes parts of Brookings County. Here's the rundown on counties. Kingsbury, northeastern Beetle, northwestern Brookings County, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and hail. This one is moving toward the Badger area, and that's where we stand. Let me go back to the chasers. We don't have the chasers up on that most significant part of the cell, just because I think they did the right thing and got the heck out of there, because there was you don't want to get caught in that 90-mile-per-hour straight line wind, but this whole line is very intense, damaging wind, potential tornado spinning up, multiple reports of a confirmed tornado. Just checking out, we've got all the red dots. Those are spotters through the spotter network. And a lot of good spotters out there keeping an eye on these storms as they continue to move through. If you're just tuning in, let me run through everything from top to bottom here real quick to give you an idea as to what's going on. First of all of these severe thunderstorm warnings are for 70-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts. This one here for Kingsbury and Beetle County, 80-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts. You'll see out here to the west, Huron Airport. I have a feeling we're going to get some messy reports from the Huron area before too long. No, nothing's in Watertown. If there's something going on where you are, I will let you know. Or just look at the radar. You can see that there's nothing going on in Watertown yet. But these storms are moving that general direction, and I will let you know when things get serious for you. So all of these severe thunderstorm warnings are for 70-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts. We have a brand new one here now. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Sanborn, western Lake, Minor, and northern Hanson counties. That would be this one right here. And then we have this severe thunderstorm warning that continues for the Bancroft, Irwin, Badger, Bruce area. And that one is in effect until 6:30 for 70-plus mile-per-hour gusts. And we're still watching this tornado warning. If you are in Willow Lake, you need to be at your safe place and get to shelter now, because there is a confirmed tornado near Willow Lake. This storm is in Willow Lake as we speak. If we take a look here, you can see the rotation is kind of not as serious as it was. Hopefully that's a good thing. I'm guessing Willow Lake, stay in your shelter for now, but it's not looking as significant as it was back here. You see this? That's when we had the confirmed tornado reported, but look how everything kind of spreads out. The colors aren't as tight and close together anymore. So that signals to me that the tornado, I'm hoping, has lifted by this point. But still, if you're in Willow Lake, stay in your safe place for now, because this is still a very dangerous storm that is moving through. Tornado warning in effect there. In addition to the threat for a tornado, the leading edge of this line of thunderstorms, we are dealing with 70-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts as this entire line continues to push to the northeast at about 45 to almost 50 miles per hour. So if this storm keeps moving like it is, we're going to see this in Lake Norden very soon. Arlington, Won't be long for you. I'm kind of a little ahead of the storm in Arlington. The wind is going to come blasting in before the rain starts, especially in Arlington. I think you're going to have some wind and maybe a little bit of rain here soon. Esteline 608. And hedge early on these. If I give you a time, go a little early with it just in case the storm speeds up, which can happen. White 619, Clear Lake 633. Oh, my friends in White. Love the chili cook-off in White. Hendricks at 634. All of this coming your way with some very strong wind. Let's go a little further down the line here. This severe thunderstorm warning for Minor, Kingsbury, Sanborn, Beetle, and Lake County. And this one for Minor, Sanborn, Lake, and Hanson until 6:30. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible with all of these storms as they move through. So that's what's going on here. If you are anywhere in the vicinity of this line, you need to get yourself to a safe place. This is more serious and more significant. That was the Otis Project Chasers. This is Ryan Scholl. We get the tornado or the severe thunderstorm warnings for, 60 wind and quarter hail, and it's like, whatever. These are above and beyond that. These are severe thunderstorm warnings to take seriously, especially if you are on Lake Poncet, Lake Thompson, which is getting clobbered right now. Your campers are not going to handle 70 to 80. We've watched these storms intensify to gusts of up to 90 miles per hour already here this afternoon. So your campers can't handle that. I got some photos from campers over by Highmore. 131 mile per hour wind gust will turn a camper into little bits. Straight line wind can do the same kind of damage as a tornado. So take it seriously. This is a big line of thunderstorms that's been moving across here for quite a while. Everything moving to the east, a little to the northeast. We have a little more development down by Parkston. No warnings there yet, but I'm going to keep a close eye on everything going on here. Temperatures in the 80s, and it is muggy out there. And so there is plenty of fuel and plenty of energy for these storms to continue eastward, and eventually these things are going to head into Minnesota, and we'll have to just kind of hang on to see if they keep going. But whether they do or not, we're expecting more storms to redevelop later tonight, and those will move across South Dakota, Minnesota, and Iowa again overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. Here is tornado watch, or severe thunderstorm watch. Sorry, that is a severe thunderstorm watch situation that we have for South Dakota till 9 o'clock tonight. Sioux Falls is now in that severe thunderstorm watch. We're going to be watching this line of storms that is continuing to evolve down here. And it is very possible that those become severe. And one of the things that we watch for is how much sunshine we get. And the satellite here, I mean, we have lots of sunshine happening here, and that's heat and energy for those storms to continue to develop. What's happening here is that these storms are kind of bubbling up. The air is very unstable, but we have a cap, and that's preventing storms from developing. The air can rise so much to get a few of those little clouds, but it can't explode like these storms a little further to the north. Those storms were able to explode, and that's why and they intensify fast, and that's why we have 90-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts with some of these storms. We do have some storms in Iowa right now. Let me bring the radar back up here. Fort Dodge area, Iowa Falls. Those are basically moving to the east. Those are for 60 gusts, 1-inch hail, and we have had some reports of 1-inch hail down there. Iowa Falls, a severe thunderstorm warning. We do have a couple of warnings out here by Madison, Wisconsin. And that's about everything that we have going on right now. And one of my concerns here is the fact that we're going to get more heavy rain overnight. And look at the rain over the past 24 or so hours here. Oh crap! I just spilled my water all over my keyboard. Well, that's just smart. But anyhow, watch. I was going to point out this rain. But now I'm going to have to go get my rag. We've had up to 12, 13 inches of rain here in the last little while over some of these spots. That is significant. All right, I'm going to clean up my mess. I'm going to go back to these storms. I always set my water over here, and this time I didn't. All right, here we go. Severe thunderstorm, tornado warnings in effect. Hang on. I'll be back in a minute with more. Stay with me. Well, I got to hand it to these HP keyboards. They can handle a spill, that's for sure. Like it was literally a lake that went into my keyboard. All right, let's get back to these warnings here. We have a severe thunderstorm warning now, brand new one, and this is moving towards Sioux Falls. No, I don't want sticky keys. I was just wiping it off, but thank you very much. Yeah, that was some very heavy rain that they had over there. All right, so here we go. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and this is for parts of Minor, McCook, Minnehaha Lake, and Hanson County. This is rolling up to the backside of Sioux Falls here now. So if you are in the Sioux Falls area, this storm is going to be going north of the city at this point, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Minnehaha County. All right, so here we are. For Southern Lake, northwestern Minnehaha, southeastern Minor, northern McCook, northeastern Hanson County, 70-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts moving east at 40 miles per hour. So let me get out my storm tracker here real quick. And if we are moving east, this line at 40. That's going to put this line of storms by Howard now, Winfred, about 10 to 15 minutes, Salem, 15 to 20, Madison, 25 to 30 minutes from now, Montrose at 6:29, and Hedgerly. These are estimated times based on how these storms are currently moving. If they speed up, we could see this stuff moving a little sooner, so just be prepared for that. But again, Colton, 6:40, Coleman at 6:45. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning here that I want to get to real quick for southeastern Clark, southern Cottington, northern Hamlins till 6:45 for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So all of these severe thunderstorms are basically 60 to 70-mile-per-hour gusts. We do have that tornado report. But that is now passed. If you have any news or any information on what's going on in the Willow Lake area, let me know in the comments. I'm going to take a break. Watertown now in a severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1-inch hail possible with these storms. I'm going to put one of the storm chasers up here. Stay with me. I've got to go do a little TV here real quick. KEYC News. Find it at KEYC.com, my favorite little TV station. I'm going to go let my KEYC friends and viewers know about this big line of storms that's flying at us all and should be moving in to the I-29 corridor here in about the next hour or so. Again, if you are along this line, most of these severe thunderstorm warnings are for 70 plus mile per hour wind gusts. So take it seriously. Take it way more seriously than you would a typical severe thunderstorm warning. All right, hang on. Back in a few. Hey, everybody, just a quick update on what is going on here with this line of thunderstorms that is moving through. We have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for much of eastern South Dakota till 9 o'clock. Sioux Falls now included in that watch. So keep that in mind. We also have a line of thunderstorms that is moving through. And I tell you what, these are extreme wind producers. We had 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts reported along South Dakota Highway 37 between Huron and Woonsocket about an hour or so ago. And at this point, we are looking at more strong wind potential. We have several severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect, and I want to kind of just run down all of the details of those with you here real quick. First one to the south, this is for parts of Minor, McCook County and Minnehaha Lake and Hanson County. In fact, let me pull up the Southern Lake, northwestern Minnehaha, southeastern Minor, northern McCook, northeastern Hanson County until 6:30. This one for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, and all this is moving to the east at around 40. This one, Howard, if you're in Howard, you just got blasted with some big wind for parts of Minor, Sanborn, Lake, and Hanson, so that'd be far eastern Minor, far eastern Sanborn, Hanson, Howard, you're in the middle of that. Lake, the western part of Lake, it does actually include the city of Madison, and we do have Ryan Scholl over there that is watching these storms as they move through. You can see a live view from his camera, what he has there. So some pretty intense storms. Now, these have also had some rotation in the past, produced tornadoes, but right now it's starting to become more linear, or it's turning into more of a line. And at that point, the bigger threat becomes straight line wind gusts. So that is going to continue to be a bit of an issue with this storm. We actually have a brand new update on that storm. So let me see what that says. They canceled the part for Hanson, southeastern Sanborn, northern Hanson counties. The warning remains in effect for western Lake, eastern Minor for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This is a line extending from Howard to Winfred to Orland and is moving east at 45 miles per hour. So that is a very intense line of storms. Up here further north, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Arlington, Bruce. This one includes Lake Poncet. I've been talking to some folks around Lake Poncet. 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts in the Lake Poncet area, possible with this line of thunderstorms as it moves through. We're looking at, let's see, it remains in effect for parts of Kingsbury, northeastern Beetle, northwestern Brookings County. And the Hamlin School area included in this, again, moving northeast at around 45, 70 mile per hour wind gusts. In Irwin, we had a 72 mile per hour wind gust reported. So right over here in the Irwin area, there was a reporting station that reported a 72 mile per hour gust. So these are nothing to mess with. If you're in Lake Poncet, the campers aren't going to cut it in this, especially if they're sideways to the wind. This is a nasty, nasty line of thunderstorms that's moving in. All right, let's go back up to this one here. This severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Kingsbury. That would be northern Kingsbury, Clark County, southeastern Clark, and Hamlin County. This is for 70 gusts and 1-inch hail for this particular storm as well. Some of the deets on that: 70 gusts from Lake Poncet to Goose Lake, moving northeast at around 50 again, 70-plus mile per hour wind gusts possible with this one. We do still have a tornado warning that is in effect as well. This is a radar-indicated tornado for that storm near Bryant. There was a funnel cloud back at around 5:40 near Willow Lake. So that storm doesn't look particularly tornadic anymore, but definitely some strong wind potential with that storm as well. So a big lineup of thunderstorms. These are all nasty storms that are part of this line. Brand new warning just came out. This one for a whole slew of counties. Too many to show up on the graphic. It just says, sorry. Severe thunderstorm warning for Clark, southeastern Coddington. This one is for locations south of Watertown. At this point, it looks like the strongest wind is going to be just south of Watertown, if you're in Watertown wondering. Southeastern Coddington, Dual, and Hamlin County until 7:15. This storm near Lake Ponset to Goose Lake, 70 gusts. There are going to be a couple of waves of wind with this. We're starting to see some wind on the leading edge and on the back side of this storm. And there actually is some good rotation in the Bryant. Well, it looks like it in the Bryant area. Maybe not. That was the wrong radar I was looking at. That was elevated rotation. But there is some rotation around Bryant and Vienna. That tornado warning remains in effect. So there you go. Let me, again, pop up our storm tracker. And everything here is moving to the east at around 45 to 50 miles per hour. And if stuff keeps going like it is, we're going to be in Castlewood now, Dempster now, Estelline basically now. And keep in mind with these storms, the first blast of wind is going to happen before the rain moves in. So keep that in mind. And there's also, we're starting to see a big wind develop on the backside of the storm as well. So you're going to get a couple blasts of wind with this storm as it moves in. White, 15 to 20 minutes, Clear Lake, 20 to 25, Hendricks, 6:43, Canby at 6:56 this evening. So that is what's going on with these storms as they continue to kind of move in across eastern South Dakota. Eventually, these are going to be moving into Minnesota. In fact, let me pop this up here. The severe thunderstorm watch that was in effect for South Dakota has now been extended east into Minnesota. Marshall, Windham, New Ulm, Redwood Falls, Jackson, Worthington, Laverne, Hendricks, Ivanhoe, Canby, Dawson, Boyd, now in this severe thunderstorm watch that goes into this evening. I have to go be on TV for a minute. I'm going to put you on radar mode here for just a little bit. Stay with me. I'll be back with updates as things continue to develop. And for those of you who are my KEYC friends and viewers, once the storm starts to move into the KEYC coverage area, I will add KEYC's Facebook page to this live coverage, and we will be watching, and we'll go on the air if we have to. That's what's going on. Going to take a quick little break. 70-plus wind. Be safe. The live stream is up. I have to go do my weathercast on KEYC News now. KEYC.com if you're sitting around bored watching these storms and you're looking for something extra exciting to do. I'm going to be doing my weather here in just a minute on Channel 12, and then I'll be back with more on all of these storms that are moving across the region. So stay with me here. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Going to go into radar mode for about, how long is a weathercast? 4 minutes. plus commercial break time. Real quick, though, brand new tornado warning in effect for Lake County. We actually have a chaser on that particular cell, but this tornado warning is in effect until 6:45. A radar indicated tornado. I'll let you watch this here while I go do my weathercast live. But again, tornado warning now in effect for Lake County. This includes Madison and Franklin. If you are in Lake County, get to a safe place now. This is a dangerous storm that is moving in. Tornado, potential straight line wind damage near Orland or Lake Herman State Park. Going to be near Madison at about 6:20. All right, we are back here keeping an eye on everything going on. There's a couple of big storms. Look at this lowering. This is Ryan Scholl looking at the storm near Madison. If you are in Madison, get yourself to a safe place now. This is a dangerous, nasty-looking storm that is moving across the Madison area. You can see here from Madison to Franklin to Rutland to Wentworth. Again, Lake Madison. If you're on Lake Madison in a camper, get to a safe place. There is a dangerous storm there, and there's a significant lowering in area of rotation. Not a confirmed tornado at this point, but we definitely have a tornado possible there. Tornado warning also for parts of Hamlin County until 7 o'clock, 40 more minutes. And this area near Hayti, Castlewood, that is another area that we are watching very closely for a potential tornado. There is a good amount of rotation here, kind of right back in this part of the storm. Again, so if you're in here, it looks like there might be a little something in here as well. Hayti, Castlewood, that is a tornado warning in effect until 7 o'clock tonight. And if you're anywhere in this area, especially over here, get yourself, again, to a safe place. This is a dangerous storm that is moving through. We have other severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, 70-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts likely. Oh, let me go back to this here real quick. Just a lot of real intense wind in the Madison area right now. If you're in Madison, you should be at shelter right now. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts for parts of Minor, McCook, Minnehaha, Moody, and Lake counties. But again, we also have this tornado warning right here in the Madison area, and there's a good indicator that there's some strong wind, likely some rotation kind of in this general vicinity as well. So if you are in that area, be careful. Also see a little bit of rotation here down kind of in the Spencer area. Maybe not terrible, but something to keep an eye on. I don't know if we have anything significant happening there at the moment. Right now, the biggest deal is this right here. Look at that lowering. Ryan Scholl kind of riding up east of Madison, looking to the west here into that big storm. Again, if you're in Madison, get to a safe place. This is a dangerous storm that is moving into town as we speak. All right, so I want to just kind of take you through a couple of these other warnings that we have in effect. We have a big slew of warnings right now. This one, severe thunderstorm warning for a large area, including Lake Norden, Estelen, Lake Poncet, Clear Lake, all the way over to Gary for strong 70-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts. This one a little further south for parts of Kingsbury, eastern Kingsbury, northeastern Kingsbury, and northwestern Brookings County until 6:30, 70-mile-per-hour gusts there. We have this warning in effect for parts of Minor and Lake till 6:30, and then this new one has kind of taken its place for eastern Minor, McCook County, far northern Minnehaha, Moody, and Lake County, and then this one further south for Minor, McCook, northwestern Minnehaha, Lake and Hanson counties, 60-mile-per-hour wind and 1-inch hail with that one. And again, we do have this tornado warning. Radar indicated tornado at this point for the storm moving into the Madison area. If you're in the Madison area, that's a pretty nasty cell that we have moving in there. These storms are getting closer to Sioux Falls. If you're in Sioux Falls, the southern flank of this line is going to be moving toward the Sioux Falls metro area here before too long. Not severe right now, but we have a lot of storms developing right through there, and this whole line is going to continue to move west to east here as we work our way into the next little while. So stay tuned. We have a lot going on here with these thunderstorms that continue to develop across eastern South Dakota into eventually Minnesota. These are going to roll into Minnesota, and we did have an extension of that severe thunderstorm watch. They did extend that into Minnesota. Let me bring the watch graphic up here for you for just a second. For The Marshall Wyndham area, location south and west of Mankato, Fairmont, Worthington, Redwood Falls, Slayton, Hendricks, Ivanhoe, Dawson, Boyd area, all included in that severe thunderstorm watch. And then we actually have another severe thunderstorm watch way out here in western South Dakota, Faith, Buffalo, Sturgis area. And we have look at that. Here they come. We have more storms riding along here. Now, how these develop and evolve will have a lot to do with what's going on here across eastern South Dakota. Oops, sorry, I'm not to my radar. I got to get my sources straight here. But you can see that. We do have a couple 70, 60 gusts, golf ball size hail out there in Meade County. So a couple of significant storms. The big issue out there with those is the hail, up to 2-inch hail, which is the size of a golf ball or an egg out in western South Dakota. But our big concern right now is these storms right here, Madison area. If you're in Madison, this is a big storm that's blasting through. And let's not forget, these storms have a history of producing, oh my gosh. There was a 105 mile per hour wind in Huron. I'm guessing Huron, you have a crap load of damage going on out there. Brookings, you have storms moving in. No warning for Brookings right now. Watertown, you have a severe thunderstorm warning for 60 gusts and 1-inch hail. That is the lowest level severe thunderstorm warning, but still something that should be taken seriously nonetheless. All right? So that's what's going on for those of you wondering. Right now, the most concerning, the Madison area, Rutland area, Lake Madison, Wentworth, Franklin, Chester, eventually Coleman, tornado warning for you. This is not a confirmed, it's a radar-indicated tornado, but the wind potential there is also very significant with this storm as it moves northeast. We also have another one up here, tornado warning for a radar-indicated tornado. This is Castlewood, Haytide, Dempster, Lake Norden, Esteline area. Lake Poncet area, we have severe thunderstorm warning for 70-plus mile per hour wind gusts where you are as well. And I like to pay special attention to those campground areas because when we get these damaging straight-line wind gusts, the campers just can't handle that kind of wind. So you got to get out of that kind of a situation and get to where your shelter is. But a big line of storms, all of this moving to the east. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning for this one. This one is aimed at Sioux Falls. It's not here yet, but this line will eventually get to Sioux Falls. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Davison, southwestern McCook, southern Hanson, northern Hutchinson County until 7:15 this evening. 60 gusts, $half hail possible with this line of storms that's moving east at about 30 miles per hour. So this part of the storm is a little slower than the rest. But again, we're looking at 30-ish miles per hour on the movement of these storms. So that storm tracker gives us Bridgewater 10 to 15 minutes from now, Humboldt 7:15, Freeman at 7:17. And if I extend this out to 2 hours, we're looking at Sioux Falls around 8 o'clock. If this line keeps moving like it is, Sioux Falls probably close to 8 o'clock. T and Brandon around 8 o'clock as well. West side of Sioux Falls a little earlier than that, but that's if things keep moving like they are. Storms, the changes, it can fluctuate a little. So if the storm keeps going like it is, we're going to be talking Sioux Falls in about an hour, hour and a half or so. So just to give you a little heads up as to what is going on there. Let's go back up here. This tornado warning, Madison, you are getting thwapped right now with some nasty wind, some very heavy rain, potentially some hail. In fact, let me turn. Speaking of hail, I just want to do a quick hail check here. Oh, that's okay. Not a lot. The big one I see here is this little blip down in Parkston. Potential 1.5 inch hail maybe. And this has actually been pretty accurate. Earlier in the day, we did see some 2s, and there were golf ball to baseballs in that spot. So south of Parkston, I hate to see this, but that's what we're dealing with here at this point. So about 1.3, 1.5 inch hail associated with that leg of the storm. Let's get back to the radar. And back up here where we do have this tornado warning that's still in effect for Lake County for a potential tornado, radar indicated, and large hail with this part of the line of thunderstorms. All right, thanks for joining me here for coverage. Severe weather across South Dakota, moving into Minnesota before long. Going to be here as these storms move into the Sioux Falls area. I'll let your friends know I am here on Facebook, and I think it tells me I'm still on TikTok. So that's all good. Definitely some nasty storms that are moving across the region here. I'm going to break and go into radar mode for just a couple minutes. I'll be back in just a bit. Quick reminder that that severe thunderstorm watch has been extended. It now includes all of eastern and southeastern South Dakota and southwestern Minnesota, northwestern Iowa through this evening. This line of storms is going to keep plowing east as we make our way through the evening. Hello, everybody. I am back. We are tracking storms, big storms moving across eastern South Dakota and eventually into southwestern Minnesota and Sioux Falls. I think eventually we're going to be dealing with some big weather. A lot of stuff going on here. So let's run through all the warnings. Going to start with the tornado warnings, Madison area. Tornado warning until 6:45. We have a potential tornado and damaging wind gusts with this storm. This is Ryan Scholl. He's a storm chaser. He is there in the midst of the rain, I guess, at this point located right along South Dakota Highway 34 east of Madison as all of this moves in. But again, a big storm, a dangerous storm there moving east here. All of these generally 40 to 50-ish miles per hour on here. So that is our first tornado warning. There is a little bit of rotation, but just a lot of wind with this storm as it moves in. So this is a dangerous storm for certain. We have a severe thunderstorm warning here for parts of McCook, Minnehaha, Moody, and Lake counties until 7 o'clock. 60 gusts to 1-inch hail possible with that line of storms. Up here, we have a tornado warning that remains in effect for parts of Hamlin County. This includes Hayti and Castlewood. Still a Doppler radar indicated tornado at this point. There is some rotation west of Castlewood. You can see this area right here in kind of right through here. A little bit of rotation there. And so definitely something we're keeping an eye on here. I have not had any reports or any confirmation. I've been looking for updates from the National Weather Service, but I'm not getting any reports or confirmation of anything happening here. So, but it's definitely a one to take seriously. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for locations just south of there. And this is for 70-plus mile per hour wind gusts and 1-inch hail potential with those storms that are moving through that area. So things lightening up a little bit if you're in the Lake Poncet area, but still some pretty good wind and storms happening there. Watertown area, Lake Kempesca, severe thunderstorm warning for 60 wind, 1-inch hail. So that is a low-end severe thunderstorm warning. And now we're starting to see these warnings move east into Minnesota. We have a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:30 for Yellow Medicine, Lac-qui-Parle County for 60 wind and 1-inch hail. And let's go down here to Clayton, Bridgewater, Milltown, Parkston, 60 mile per hour wind, 1.25-inch hail. So a little larger than quarter size hail possible with that line of storms moving through right there. We have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect through 9 o'clock in South Dakota. And you know what? I haven't even looked at the time on the one in Minnesota. But we do have that brand new severe thunderstorm watch in effect. Minnesota goes until 2 o'clock in the morning. And by the way, now we've also added Yankton through Center, Spencer, Lake Andes, now added all the way back to Gregory County in that severe thunderstorm watch. And by the way, those go until 2 o'clock in the morning as well. So there is a lot going on here. By the way, we also have a severe thunderstorm watch in northwestern South Dakota that is in effect until 11 o'clock Mountain, 12 o'clock Central Time. And a severe thunderstorm watch in central Iowa that's in effect until 7 p.m. They'll probably get added on for more stuff later as the storms move east from South Dakota. All right, so big lines of storms here in the east. We're now starting to see some of these warnings slide into Minnesota, and this is the strongest storm right now near Madison, east of Madison, pushing toward Interstate 29. And you can see here, this is one of those little artifacts on the radar and one of the things we watch for, but you can see this. That's where the initial blast of wind is with these storms. And so when these storms are moving in, the wind is going to hit maybe 5 minutes before you start to get the rain in some instances. So just be prepared for that strong initial blast of wind, because what happens is the rain and the storm brings air down with it. And when that air hits the ground, it spreads out ahead of the storm, and that wind goes flying out before the rain kicks in. So that's going to be a bit of an issue with some of these storms. But, man, they look impressive. That line of storms now moving toward, it's through Rutland, moving toward Coleman, Eagan, Trent, as we speak here. And the storm is moving east at around 40 miles per hour at this point. So if we get out our trusty old storm tracker here, and again, I'm going to put this a little ahead of the main line. If this thing's going at 40, you know what? I am too far zoomed in to get it to 40. Let me clear that out and try that one more time. That's what I'm doing wrong. All right. We're looking at Trent at 655, Flandreau 656. And I would hedge a little early on that. Hatfield at 726, Holland 727. So that's where we're looking. Flandreau again at about the next 10 to 15 minutes. Pipestone in about the next 30 to 35 minutes. That is when this line of thunderstorms is going to be moving through you. Hey, I have an update on this one. The line, I thought I saw it get a little thicker, but we're looking at 1.25 inches, so maybe up to ping pong ball size hail. We've had confirmed 60-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts with that storm that is moving through Clayton, Milltown, toward Freeman, Bridgewater, and Dolton as we speak. So that is a fairly intense thunderstorm moving through here. Let me pull up the latest information on that particular storm. This one is now moving east. This one's only actually moving at about 25 miles per hour. So, and it is lagging behind the rest of this line of storms. It's kind of hanging back just a little bit. But if we bring up the storm tracker on this, and it keeps moving to the northeast, and this is assuming it doesn't speed up. We're talking Bridgewater in about, I would say, 5 minutes from now. Canastota between 30 and 35 minutes. Monroe around 7:30. Marion around or earlier than 7:35. And if I extend this out just a little bit here, Sioux Falls, we're talking about 8 to 8:30 if this thing doesn't speed up. If it speeds up, it'll be a little earlier, but if it doesn't, we're looking at about 8 to 8:30 as this line of thunderstorms moves east towards Sioux Falls. But a lot of warnings in effect from northeastern South Dakota now. This warning that includes Watertown has been upgraded to 70-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts. So that is definitely noteworthy here at the moment. Severe thunderstorm warning for the Watertown area, which is Cottington, Northwestern, Dual, and Grant County, is now upgraded to produce 70-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts. So that is fairly significant here. This is for Cottington, Northwestern, Dual, and Grant counties. The storm is actually moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. 70-mile-per-hour wind gust reported at the Watertown Airport, and 69-mile-per-hour gust 1 mile southeast of Watertown. So there you go. The storm is becoming more intense with, again, Watertown potentially having 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts in the middle of town at this time. Kransburg, South Shore, all in line with this particular storm. And it is moving to the east at around 50-ish miles per hour. So if we track this baby, and again, I'm going to go out a little ahead of the storm just because the radar lags a couple minutes behind, and that first blast of wind is typically comes out ahead of the storm before we get to any of the rain and excitement. So if it continues to move like it is, we're talking Hendricks, 5 to 10 minutes. And again, when I do these storm tracker times, I always hedge a little early just because I would rather we're early than late. When it comes to these storms, you would rather be in your safe place before you have to be than after you have to be. Ivanhoe, 7:04, Madison, around 7:10. That's Madison, Minnesota, mind you. We have another big storm in Madison, South Dakota, but Madison, Minnesota, you have another one coming your way here soon. Minneota, 7:18, Montevideo, 7:34, Cottonwood, where I spent my kindergarten and first grade, 7:36, Granite Falls at 7:41. So that storm upgraded now. Clear Lake, Toronto, Watertown, 70-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts possible with that particular line of storms there. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire, but we still have a severe thunderstorm warning for 60 wind and 1-inch hail. Now moving into the Coleman area. Here's Ryan Scholl. You can see that big line of storms that is moving through here. This one down here is intensifying a little bit, too. That's a pretty good return from Emory to Clayton. A lot of lightning with these storms. One of the things we tend to look for, let's use this particular storm here as an example. If we get these little bulges right here, those are areas where the wind kind of concentrates and can intensify in a very narrow area. So that would be an area where we get some of the top gusts moving in with the storm. And again, here's that gust front, that leading wind blast that's going out ahead of the storm. And if you want to kind of, just to give you an idea here, that's 5 miles in advance of the storm. And so that's several minutes ahead of when you even start to get the rain, that initial blast of wind can come cranking in. So don't wait for this. If you're looking at your radar app on your phone, don't wait for it to, the color, the pretty colors. That's very possible that the worst blast of wind will come a long time before the rain even begins. A couple of other things I want to show you here real quick. I'm just going to back out and just give you an overall overview of this line of thunderstorms. There we are, 270 mile per hour wind reports up around Watertown at the Watertown Airport. So the Watertown Airport, 70 gusts today. Huron Airport, a 105 gust today. Holy crap. That is insane. We've been absolutely clobbered with the wind with these storms here over the last several days. And this is not it. We have more on the way as we make our way through tonight and again into tomorrow. So just keep that in mind. There is a little hail with this. I was going to do that just now. I'm going to pop up the hail just to show you what we're looking at here. And fortunately, I don't see a lot of huge hail. And this has actually been quite accurate. It was right on with some baseball-sized hail back in Hand County, Gerald County, a little earlier. Oh, look at this, a 70 mile per hour gust. 66. I forget that the icon rounds either direction. But 66 gust east of Dimmock near Parkston. And if we take a look at some of this hail here, 1.4. So, I mean, it's hail. It's definitely worthy of mention. But we're 1.4. That's probably ping pong ball-ish sized hail that's moving in. It was a little nastier down south of Parkston. If you're south of Parkston, yeah, there you go. That's probably 1.5, 1.6. So maybe a little larger than ping pong ball size. So we do have some hail with that particular line. And then as we go up here, just a few spots where you see the blues. We're looking at Rutland, maybe 1-inch hail moving through there. Here's Watertown with the twin 70-mile-per-hour wind gust reports, 70 and 69. We had a 60 gust. South, or actually east of Hayti, we still have this tornado warning in effect, by the way. Still radar indicated on that, and the severe thunderstorm warnings for Clear Lake, Dempster, Esteline for 70-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts associated with these storms. And actually, the severe thunderstorm warning, let me pop the radar back up here, for Canby, Madison, that general vicinity, that has also been upgraded for 70-plus mile-per-hour wind. That is the one for western Yellow Medicine and central and western Lac qui Parle, Madison, Dawson, Marietta, my mom, Canby, St. Leo, all in the path of this line of storms. And again, this line of storms is chugging along to the east at, we're moving here at about 40-ish miles per hour. So if we keep moving like we are, we're looking at Madison in about a half hour, give or take, maybe a little less. Dawson, same thing. Canby, we're only about 10 minutes away from this storm moving into Canby. Clarkfield, about 7:34. Cottonwood, 7:42. Hanley Falls, 7:45. Montevideo, 7:49. All right, let's go back down. See what's happening down here. We have a lot of severe weather happening here across eastern South Dakota. Big line of thunderstorms, powerful line of storms. We're starting to see an area of strong wind on the backside of a couple of these storms. So be prepared for that. Just double checking here to see if we have any important updates from the National Weather Service. But it does look, for those of you in Minnesota, it does look like this trend is going to continue as these thunderstorms move east into Minnesota. So be ready for these storms as they move in. A severe thunderstorm warning has been expanded into watch. Did I say warning? Watch. A severe thunderstorm watch has been expanded into southwestern Minnesota, northwestern Iowa, Spencer, Fairmont, Windham, New Ulm, Redwood Falls, Slayton, Pipestone, Ivanhoe, Hendricks, Canby, Granite Falls, Montevideo, Dawson, Boyd, Laverne, all included in there. St. James, you are included in there as well. And as this line of thunderstorms continues to push east, I will add KEYC to my feed so we know what's going on here. Sioux Falls, we're still looking at about an hour before this strong line of thunderstorms near Parkston gets here, but we could see a little rain and some wind ahead of that while this line continues to make an attempt to progress eastward. Let me switch over to Ryan Scholl to see what he's heading south on Interstate 29 right now. But a lot of reports of strong wind, and we did have we had 80-mile-per-hour gusts way out west. We had a 105-mile-per-hour gust at the Sioux Falls Airport. And this will impact Sioux Falls, but it's going to take a little time for it to get here. Butterfield, Minnesota, it's coming eventually, but it will be a little while before it gets there as well. Gary, you are right in line for these thunderstorms to be moving through Gary, South Dakota right now, if you're heading that direction. In Chester, the sirens going off. This is from about 7 minutes ago. Let's see what else here. Just checking out some of the... Oh, Meta, that's okay. I get the panic. A lot of people have severe weather anxiety. And that's why I don't like all the people that post the doom and gloom stuff that say, you know, we're all going to die. My inbox goes crazy with people that have weather anxiety. And so that's actually why I started posting on Facebook more. But yeah, we're watching these storms. If you're in Sioux Falls, we've got a couple of things going on. Big storm to the north. In fact, this is one heck of a storm with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts out ahead of the storm. And again, you can kind of see right here, this line right here is the leading edge of wind ahead of the storm. That is the gust front. That is way, way out there. In fact, that is 5 to 10 miles ahead of this line of storms. And actually, if we go down here a little further to the south, you can see that line continues right down through here. And so that line, I bet if I turn the loop on, we'll be able to kind of watch it evolve. We may see some of that wind kick into Sioux Falls here before too long. Although it's still going to be a little while before all this gets to Sioux Falls. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, to replace the one that was just issued. Now includes parts of Pipestone County in Minnesota, just west of Pipestone, and U.S. Highway 75. But again, this is for 60 wind and 1-inch hail. So that is lower level criteria severe thunderstorm with that 60 wind. Up here to the north, though, we're still talking 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So we still have this tornado warning in effect until 7 o'clock for Hamlin County. Still radar indicated on that. But when you get wind like these storms have been producing, and that can do the same kind of damage as a tornado when we're talking 70-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts. I'm using Weatherfront, which is actually a website that you can go to and use it to surf. A friend of mine is developing it, and it's great. They have an app for iPhone. They're working on an app for Android that's going to be released soon, probably in the next couple of weeks. But this is some really great weather software. It's Weatherfront, just like it sounds, Weatherfront, if you want to search them up. But what you'll notice, and the way I have mine set up here, and it's a little different than why I'm using the broadcast stuff, but when you see the severe thunderstorm warnings and the lines are a little thicker, that means it's a little more serious. But if the severe thunderstorm warning is more of an orange shade, that's when there are some big issues here. And look at this. We have a 66 gust near Parkston that just came down the line here. So this particular part of this line of thunderstorms is definitely something to watch. And here is why. Let me show you what's going on. We've had a lot of nice clearing here. And we're starting to see, we have a lot of energy available for storms here. Sunshine, humidity, and I think that we're going to start to see some of this area take off, and those storms are going to intensify a little bit here in the next couple of hours. So stand by. We're going to be keeping a close eye on that. We're also moving into an area with, we have had a lot of sunshine. We have some heat and some humidity in Minnesota, so there's still a lot of fuel and energy available for these storms to continue to at least maintain their strength and possibly even strengthen a little bit as we slide into the next few hours. So that is what's going on here. Tornado warning for Hamlin County has expired. I'm also not responsible for what other pages that are posting weather content that aren't meteorologists are saying. I will leave it at that. People do what they do. But we do have some strong storms that continue to move across the region. And we are going to continue to see this line continue. There is a strong thunderstorm over northern Hutchinson County. This is going to be moving into Sioux Falls here by about 7 o'clock or so. And that is this particular storm near Freeman and Clayton. Right now, 60 gusts and 1 inch hail with this storm. Although we did have a 70 mile per hour gust back here. Well, okay, a 66 mile per hour gust by Dimmock. So that is significant. And also just kind of keeping an eye on everything going on here. I don't see a lot of rotation, but there might be some broad rotation that is embedded within this storm cell as well. So if you are there, just kind of keep an eye on things. We're going to be watching this storm. It looks like this is the one that is most likely to move into Sioux Falls over the next little while. So let me give you an idea as to what we're talking about here. First of all, this storm, I'm just going to try to get a grasp. I want to make sure I have the speed correct here with this storm. So it is moving east at about 35. So this storm is not moving as fast as some of the other storms are moving out there, but it is the one that is kind of headed towards Sioux Falls at this point. And if it keeps going like it is, we're going to be in the T area, Chancellor area, west side of Sioux Falls by about 7:45-ish. I think that's about when things are going to come in. So that's what's happening here with these thunderstorms moving through. So this line is moving towards Sioux Falls at about 35-ish miles per hour. And we're looking Sioux Falls probably around, let's just say 7:40 to 7:45. And I think that this is going to continue to intensify a bit. So hang with me. We're going to keep a very close eye on things that are moving through here over the next while. But we do have several severe thunderstorm warnings. In effect, the tornado warning has been allowed to expire, but let me just run down everything from north to south here. First of all, we have warning for about the next 12 minutes until 7:15 for Dual Connington Grant. That one includes Watertown. You can see that we've had 70 mile per hour wind gusts associated with that. We have a warning in effect for Yellow Medicine, Lac-qui-Parle County for 70 mile per hour wind gusts. This is moving through Revillo, Gary, Canby, headed toward Madison, Marietta, Dawson, St. Leo. And this part of the storm is moving a little faster, 40 to 50. So if you are in Madison, Bellingham, Marietta, Dawson, St. Leo, can be right now, but this storm is heading your way in a big hurry. We have this line of thunderstorms. Still looking at 60 wind, 1 inch hail potential for that particular storm. And now a brand new severe thunderstorm warning in effect. This one is for, and let me run down the counties here for you. Southwestern Minnehaha. This one is for northwestern Lincoln, southern McCook, for Turner and northeastern Hutchinson County for 60 gusts and quarter-size hail at this point. So, again, a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, and this is for southwestern Minnehaha County, northwestern Lincoln, southern McCook, Turner, and northeastern Hutchinson County till 7:45. This comes right up to the western edge of the Sioux Falls metro area. So Hartford to T included. Wildwater West is in there, but the west side of Sioux Falls is not. I'm guessing Sioux Falls will be added later if this keeps moving like it is. But this is that line of thunderstorms. It's moving now at around 40, so the speed is increasing a little bit. And you can see that we do have some storms ahead here where there may be a blast of wind that kicks in before the main area of storms get there. And also, we are watching. This is an environment still at this point where it's possible we could catch an isolated tornado or two. So just be prepared for that. Stay tuned. Keep watching. I will have updates here as we roll along. But again, brand new severe thunderstorm warning now includes western Minnehaha, southwestern Minnehaha County. And just the very western edge of the Sioux Falls metro area, including Parker, Hartford, west side of T, Monroe, Canastota, Dolton, Freeman is in a warning right now. Bridgewater, also basically along and south of Interstate 90. The storm is moving east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour, and about 7:45-ish in the Sioux Falls area. If it speeds up at all, it could be a tiny bit earlier than that, but we do have that severe thunderstorm that is moving toward the Sioux Falls area, and the Otis project is there. You could see a live view of the storm with them. And they're getting a little rain. They are sitting, where they are just north of Freeman right now along US Highway 81. And I think they're probably kind of watching this area right in here because we are in an environment where if we do get something that's tornadic, that might be a spot where it could happen. So again, keeping a close eye on this line of thunderstorms, basically up and down Interstate 29 right now, and everything is moving to the east into Minnesota. We have a severe thunderstorm watch that's in effect. It has been extended east into Minnesota and Iowa, and actually extended a little further south. So these areas here, basically all of this until 2 a.m. This stuff expires at 9. But then again, if you look out here to the west, we have another severe thunderstorm watch till 11 Mountain, 12 Central. And if I just for a moment pop up the radar and take you out here, we have some pretty nasty line of storms here that's also going to continue to move east through the night tonight. Some of our models are suggesting we may have another wad of storms develop down in Nebraska and move east across eastern South Dakota, southwestern Minnesota late tonight into tomorrow morning as well. So we're going to be doing this for quite a while. We got a lot of crap to get through here tonight and then again tomorrow. And then finally, I think we're going to get, a little bit of a break from this whole nightmare mess of thunderstorms moving in. I want to pop this up. This is our severe storm risk for today and tonight. And you can see that big red blotch there. That's a high risk or a level 3 out of 5. The orange is a 2 out of 5 medium risk. And if I go in here to, let me bring up the tornadic threat here for a second. Tornado risk is low. And I will say this, that the best chance for a tornado is when a thunderstorm is kind of on its own. It's not competing for energy with storms around it. That's what's going on southwest of Sioux Falls right now. That's why I'm going to kind of watch that storm and keep a close eye on what's happening southwest of Sioux Falls. Nothing tornadic now, and I don't see anything that's real concerning, but that's definitely an area just based on the dynamic of the atmosphere right now that I'm going to keep a close eye on. But the best chance for tornadoes in this sort of setup would be basically now through maybe a little after sunset. And then once we get through sunset, the big risk transitions to damaging wind gusts and to some extent hail. But that's when we can start to see, we get that mid-level, that low-level jet that kicks in and that really powers things. And we start to, if you get right in the right place at the right time, you can see those 70, 80 plus mile per hour wind gusts during the overnight hours. So that's what's going to be happening here. A lot of times when you just have general thunderstorms and there isn't a lot of forcing or a lot of support in the upper levels, once the sun goes down, we lose our energy and the storms kind of, peter away. But that's not going to be the case tonight. We're going to have plenty of energy and support for storms through the night. The hail risk, again, not as massive, but it is there. And ta-da! Tomorrow. And some of this is tomorrow morning, just kind of the cleanup of what's going on tonight, but we may see more storms redeveloping later tomorrow into tomorrow night as well. Severe thunderstorm warnings remain in effect here for a large part of the region. And one other thing I want to point out here, you'll notice this little tag on the bottom, tornado, possible. That's because we're in an environment where tornadoes are possible. So something to kind of keep an eye on, not to freak you out or anything. We don't have anything. If we have a tornado, I'll say it and let you know. But it's definitely a possibility and something that we are going to be closely watching. So hang on and keep an eye on what's happening here. I'll be with you with the live stream here as we make our way into the evening. And then for my KEYC Channel 12 friends, once we get into the KEYC News Now coverage area, I will add the KEYC Facebook page. You can watch me there. You can watch me here. And if things get really rocking and rolling, I will slip this live stream into the TV signal, and we'll go full on television here to let you know what's going on with this line of storms. But again, we are keeping a very close eye on everything happening here. Severe weather continues to move through. All right, here's what's going on. We are tracking storms. We have a whole big load of thunderstorms moving across eastern South Dakota right now, and multiple warnings that are in effect. And I would like to just take you through everything going on. First of all, we have this severe thunderstorm warning for southern McCook, northwestern Lincoln, northern Turner, northeastern Hutchinson, and western and southwestern Minnehaha County until 7:45. Another 33 minutes for this storm moving east at around 40-ish miles per hour. And it is moving towards Sioux Falls, I think around 7:40, 7:45. This storm is going to move into the Sioux Falls area. So just to give you a little bit of a heads up, again, this storm is going to be moving into the Sioux Falls area around 7 or 7:45-ish. I'm just going to do a quick little post here that you'll see. Thunderstorm will be moving into the Sioux Falls area around 7:40 to 7:45 p.m. period. For more, check out my live stream on Facebook and YouTube and TikTok, period. Posted 7/2/2026 at 7:13 p.m. There you go. It's not glamorous. We just do what we got to do to get stuff done around here. All right, so this is that storm. Otis Project there is chasing that particular storm. Let me take you further north. We'll talk about a couple of other storms that are moving in. We have, let's go with this brand new one. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for southern, southwestern Minnesota and far eastern South Dakota. This is that line that has been moving from Lake County into the Del Rapids, Flandreau area. Now is going to continue east into southwestern Minnesota, and that warning is for southwestern Lyon. This is Minnesota Lyon County, southern Lincoln, Minnesota Lincoln County, northwestern Murray, northern Pipestone, northeastern Moody, and southeastern Brookings counties until 8 o'clock tonight. So pretty intense line of thunderstorms. That is moving into southwestern Minnesota. And again, this line around 45-ish miles per hour. So if we get out the old storm tracker and track the leading edge, and that's going to show a bad, let me do that over again because it was going to give a bad number for Pipestone. All right, here we go. All right, we're looking at 45. So this storm keeps moving like it is. Lake Benton, 10 to 15 minutes. Ruthven, 15 to 20. Tyler, 20 to 25 minutes from now. Around or before 7:48 in Russell, around or before 7:49 in Ballatin. Lind, Garvin, Amoret, and Tracy 45 minutes to an hour from now if this storm continues to move at its current speed and direction. And again, 60 wind gusts, 1-inch hail. So low end severe thunderstorm warning, but definitely something to keep in mind. We still have this severe thunderstorm warning here that's in effect for far western Pipestone, northern Minnehaha, Moody, and Lake County. That's in effect for 30 more minutes, 60 mile per hour wind, 1-inch hail, Trent, Del Rapids, Coleman, all in that one there. This one continues to be a pretty strong thunderstorm here. This is a big deal with 70 mile per hour wind gusts, excuse me, possible with this line of thunderstorms that is moving through Canby now toward Madison, Dawson, and Bellingham, Minnesota. And again, some strong wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour possible with these storms as they move in this warning for another 14 minutes. And again, you see that tornado possible tag. We did have a lot of rotation earlier. You can see those little tornado icons where we had some reports there. So that's our lineup right now as we back off. Storms to the west. We have more storms and heavy rain in Iowa, some thunderstorms in Wisconsin. And we're starting to see a couple things developing down in Nebraska. And that's what our models are kind of hinting, that we could see more storm development down here that's going to come flying northeastward late tonight into tomorrow morning. So we may be at this for a while. I hope I don't run out of streaming time. I mean, then I just have to restart the stream again, but still, that means we're going to be here for a long time hanging out together and enjoying each other's company. By the way, thanks to anyone. I'm trying to watch your comments here. Tornado sirens in Pipestone. Thanks, Chanel. Thanks for letting me know. Starting to see the wind pick up. In Crooks. Oh, Juliana, I was not that kid. I was crying when tornadoes were coming. I was not, but the St. Michael's sisters would come flying out of the convent. My grandmother lived 2 doors down, and the tornado siren would go off. And boy, Sister Magdalene and Sister Gladys and the rest of them would make a beeline out to the curb to look around and see what was happening. I mean, it was with gusto and speed that they would go flying out. I do have an update on this severe thunderstorm warning. Let me pull that up here real quick. If I can get some new information for you on that particular storm, the one that's moving towards Sioux Falls. Remains in effect for southwestern Minnehaha, northwestern Lincoln, southern McCook, Turner, northeastern Hutchinson. Storms from near Canastota, Monroe to Freeman, moving east to 35. 60 gusts, 1-inch hail, 2 rounds. That's another thing here. 2 rounds of strong wind are expected with these storms. You get one up ahead of the line of storms, and then a little bit of wind kind of in the backside as well. And of course, it's windy and crazy while the storm moves through. But this is now moving toward Parker. Let me bring our Otis Project friends back up here and see what they're looking at. As this line, it looks like their stream is off. Ryan Scholl has been out watching these storms too. Looks like he stopped at Denny's. Must be at the Pilot. Fueling up and getting ready for this line to move into Sioux Falls. You can see that we have a couple reports of 61 mile per hour wind east of Franklin, a little northwest of Franklin, 65 gust at one of the Mesonet stations here. So some good wind. We did with this storm that's moving through Monroe and Parker a little earlier. We had a 66 mile per hour gust out in between Parkston and Dimmock. This line really was wild. Look at this report in Huron at the airport. We had a 105 mile per hour at the official airport weather reporting station out there. That is cuckoo. That's an insane amount of wind. And so if you're in Huron, I hope things are going okay and you're hanging in there, because that is a wild wind report that we have out there. Juliana said 8th and Colville, the wind kicking in. Emily says in Wilmot, you can see that the storms looking at you from a distance. Big line of storms all moving into Minnesota. We have a severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect here for much of southern Minnesota, southwestern Minnesota, northwestern Iowa until 2 o'clock in the morning now. For New Ulm, Redwood Falls, Montevideo, Marshall, Pipestone, Worthington, Sioux Center, Sioux Falls in a severe thunderstorm watch. Yankton and Lake Andes also in a severe thunderstorm watch. So we have a lot of activity happening here. Brand new update on this storm near Del Rapids. Still 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1-inch hail with that particular storm. Eastern Lake, you've been pulled out of that warning at this point. Remains in effect for western Pipestone, Moody, northeastern Minnehaha. Now moving east at 30 with 60 gusts and 1-inch hail possible with that particular storm. So tracking storms here, keeping a close eye on everything going on. There's a tiny bit of a lull for now. I don't think it's going to be long. They did downgrade that severe thunderstorm warning up toward Madison and Canby, now 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So every severe thunderstorm warning at this point is for the lowest level. We're starting to see a little development down here to the south. That's in an environment that's conducive for development. If this can overcome anything restricting it, that could power up and get strong real fast, especially because it's on its own down there. So that's another area that I'm going to keep a close eye on here. Going to go into radar mode for just a little bit, so you won't hear anything for a little while. I'm going to look through a couple of things, check some messages, and maybe go refill my water that I dumped all over my table here before the 5 o'clock news. And then I'll be back with you. If anything changes or if anything develops, I see anything concerning, I will definitely hop back in here and let you know. I'll leave the stream up. We have a storm moving to Sioux Falls right now. 60-mile-per-hour gusts and quarter-size hail with that storm moving towards Sioux Falls. We're still about, what time is it? We're about a half hour away from, or maybe a little less, from that part of the storm getting into the Sioux Falls area, but it is coming, and I will be back. I'm only going to be gone for a few minutes here, but I just want to pop off for just a second and take care of a couple things, check some messages, and then I'll be back here watching live streaming coverage. Thank you, by the way, for hanging with me. We're going to be doing this for a while tonight, I'm afraid. These storms are going to hang on, and then we have another round, and then possibly even another round that's going to move through overnight tonight. Hooray, right? It's much needed rain in spots, but I could do without the wind. Catch you in a bit. Ogly dokley. Let's get back to it. Talk a little bit about all the stuff that's going on. We have some storms, a big line of thunderstorms moving across eastern South Dakota. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. Fortunately for now, all the warnings are for 60-mile-per-hour gusts and 1-inch hail, but there's one storm moving towards Sioux Falls. We also have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect. Most of South Dakota along the north of I-90 and a little further west till 9 o'clock, but Minnesota, northern Iowa, far southeastern South Dakota, that part of the watch in effect until 2 a.m. for this line of thunderstorms. And a couple of things that we are watching and I want to talk about here real quick. First of all of these storms, again, warnings for 60 gusts and quarter-size hail, which is the lowest criteria for a severe thunderstorm warning. Still take it seriously, but it can be worse, and it possibly will get worse because we're moving into an environment that's decent for storm development. We'll just say that. We are watching another little area down here that is potentially expanding a little bit, starting to see a little lightning with that. If that can flourish, that could be a pretty nasty little cell that develops and moves in here. We're starting to see some pretty good development here. And you'll notice a lot of sunshine here and here and here, and that's all going to give us energy for more storms to develop. And we actually have more storms developing down in Nebraska that are potentially going to move east and maybe a little northeast and impact a good chunk of the region a little bit later. Notice how all of this is moving that way, and we may see more storms behind this initial line a little bit later tonight into tomorrow morning. So hang on. We could be in for some interesting weather here over the next 48 hours or so, and then finally by next week, I think things are going to start to calm down and take a little bit of a break. And we also, by the way, have more storms out here to the west. Severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect for Faith. This is a big one with 60 gusts, but big hail, inch and a half. We're talking $50 size hail possible there. We have had reports of that's inch 75 hail. I mean, we're pushing golf balls there with that storm. But these storms, if they can hold together, they'll move east through the night. Storms in Nebraska will move northeast through the night. So we may be messing around with this here for a while. Let me take you through, first of all, a brand new severe thunderstorm warning up here for Montevideo and Clarkfield. This would be for southern Lac qui and Yellow Medicine County. 60 gusts, 1-inch hail possible with those storms as they move through. So that's our first line of storms here. That is our newest severe thunderstorm warning. We have another one down here to the southwest. A severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Pipestone, northern Pipestone, southern Lincoln, parts of Lyon and Murray County, and that's Lincoln and Lyon County in Minnesota, not South Dakota and Iowa. So we have severe thunderstorm warning there for 60 wind gusts and, again, 1-inch hail. That's in effect until 8 o'clock. We have this warning here for the Del Rapids area for another 12 minutes, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1-inch hail. And we have this severe thunderstorm warning here for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1-inch hail. And these storms, this particular line is moving towards Sioux Falls. And the one thing I want to kind of show you here, I'm going to turn the loop on, and that's the wind. I know a number of you mentioned that you already noticed the wind has moved through. Oh yeah, and by the way, sometimes I'll just disappear for a little bit because I'm doing this. It's just me, and so if I have to go like dig through some DMs or see if there's any video or something, or if there's anything going on, I may put it on pause. Maybe I should come up with some traveling music or something to play when I go into radar mode or move it, bop away for a second. But so watch this line right here. Sorry, I'm getting off task. Right through here. That is the leading edge blast of wind that's called a gust front that comes off of the front edge of the storm. So when a storm rains really heavily, imagine you're dumping water out of a pitcher. Well, along with the rain, air is coming down to the surface. So when that water hits, it splashes out, but that air does the same thing. The air splashes out and goes out ahead of the storm. And so you get this initial blast of wind that hits you maybe 5 or 10 minutes before the actual storm gets there. And that's exactly what is happening here right now. And so we have that line through T. Davis up to almost to Beaver Creek, Minnesota, that's going to blast in here in the next little while. So that is the gust front. And just to give you an idea as to how far, I mean, we're, 6 miles or better away from that storm. And you can see that the part of the gust front is through Sioux Falls is already through town. So that is that initial wave of wind that some of you commented on that you experienced here just a little while ago. So here's that line right now. Again, 60 mile per hour gusts and 1 inch hail possible. This is moving towards Sioux Falls. And I don't believe the speed has changed all that much, but let me check. No. Yeah, it's moving east at around 40 still. 40 mile per hour movement on that. So let's do this by segment, and we can kind of watch again how all of this is moving to the northeast. And notice how it's developing a little further to the west. But I'm going to just take this little line right through here. And if this continues at the same speed, Sioux Falls in about 20 minutes, but the west side, we're going to be sooner. And we already have a little rain leading up to it headed there that's moving into the west side now. So west side of Sioux Falls, probably about 10 minutes from now. Schindler, 759, Pine Lake Hills, 802, Brandon at 808, Hills at 822, Beaver Creek at about 824. And that's if everything keeps moving like it is now. If this speeds up, those will be a little earlier. That's why I kind of hedge a little early on some of those numbers. So we'll keep that in mind. That severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 7:45 for about another 8 minutes. So they likely will. We'll have to wait and see. I don't have any word from the National Weather Service, but there's a pretty good chance that they will, or maybe not. If this thing's weakening a little bit, they won't do that. And it hasn't strengthened a lot. In fact, it has weakened a little, but we're starting to see that development further south. So we'll wait and see if the National Weather Service does decide to issue, and it's possible they won't. That is I don't like false alarms. So when we get a severe thunderstorm warning and nothing really happens, then the next time we have a severe thunderstorm warning and it's 90 mile per hour wind, somebody might go, well, screw it. Last time, nothing happened, so I'm not going to do anything. And then the next thing you know, 90 mile per hour wind comes in and blows your roof off, and you're sitting there in your underpants all wet, insulation dripping down on your head. You feel kind of dumb. Nobody needs that. I don't like false alarms. That's all I'm saying here. But again, that line of thunderstorms are headed into Sioux Falls now. And we do, again, have these other severe thunderstorm warnings up to the north. This little guy down here, still not going too off the hook, but something that we will definitely continue to watch. The other thing that's going to happen here tonight is we are going to get more rain. And we have had absolutely insanity when it comes to rain here over the last 24 hours. Look at some of this. The reds, well, maybe an inch or two. Radar estimated over 4 inches in the last, I guess we're looking at 40. Let me go back to 24. 24 hours here. And it'll pop up in a second, I believe. And we're still looking at 3 to 4 out east of Miller, out in Gerald County. in those areas where we had those storms earlier today. But look at some of this over here. We're talking 9, 10 plus inches of rain across southeastern Minnesota, over by Preston, Harmony. Have you ever been over to Fountain? Such a beautiful area over there. Tell you what, if you're ever looking for a weekend getaway, go over here into southeastern Minnesota. The Whitewater Creek State Park, Frontenac over here. It's just an unbelievable area. They got little breweries over here. Just a really nice little place to go. But they had some really big, you might want to go this weekend. They're dealing with some flooding. Interstate 90 was closed for a while. So we're going to get more rain, and that is going to be very problematic for those folks over there that have had rainfall insanity here in the last 24 hours. Severe thunderstorm warnings still remain in effect for our area. And right now, all of these 60-mile-per-hour gusts and 1-inch hail or quarter-size hail. So that's what's going on. We're keeping an eye on all of these thunderstorms moving west to east. We do have one storm up here that's looking a little more intense, probably 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this storm, and that is moving toward Granite Falls. This one has moving east at around 40 miles per hour. So if we bring our storm tracker back up here, if this keeps moving like it is, we're going to be pushing Clarkfield about now. That first initial blast of wind is definitely rolling in already. Granite Montevideo, about 5 to 10 minutes. Granite Falls, and we're looking at about 20-ish minutes. Wood Lake, Clara City, Sacred Heart, Renville down the line here eventually as this basically slides right along Highway 212 into western parts of Minnesota. So that's a pretty good little storm there. But again, 60-mile-per-hour gusts and quarter-size hail with that storm. So back down here to Sioux Falls. There it is. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1-inch hail. And this one now does include the Sioux Falls metro area, the whole darn thing. From Harrisburg to Crooks up to Del Rapids, Hartford, Brandon, Valley Springs. That is right smack dab over the top of the Sioux Falls metro area. So let me get you all the details on this. Northwestern, now this is Lyon County, Iowa, Moody County, almost all of Minnehaha County. Well, not all. Well, most of it of Minnehaha County. Lincoln, northwestern Lincoln, southeastern McCook, northeastern Turner till 8:30, 60-mile-per-hour gusts and quarter hail. And again, this is still moving east at about 40. The main line of storms is from Colton to Hartford to Chancellor, and it's moving northeast at around 40 miles per hour. So Colton all the way down to Chancellor. We already have some heavy rain and wind on the northwest side near Crooks, up there by the Walmart that is moving through. So there you have it. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Sioux Falls. This isn't the worst. Get into an interior room. There's going to be a lot of lightning with this. Stay away from windows. Something we'll definitely be watching, but this is a low-end severe thunderstorm warning. So this is not an end-of-the-world storm. We're going to be watching. I don't see a ton of rotation or anything with this. There may be some decent wind gusts associated with this, and if we bring up hail, there may be a little decent hail just east of Hartford, actually. And this has actually been pretty accurate. So we had some baseball-size hail out west, east of Miller earlier this afternoon. And it was pretty spot on. So maybe quarter to slightly larger than quarter-size hail in that little blip by Hartford. And there was actually some decent hail back here, south of Canastota, a little earlier as well. So there could be a little hail there, a little hail further west, Highway 19 and 42, maybe penny or smaller in that general vicinity, and maybe a little rotation, but I'm not terribly concerned at this point. Something I'm going to keep an eye on to see if this gets a little more intense. But right now, basically just wind is the big thing with this 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and up to quarter-size hail possible with this storm. Again, severe thunderstorm warning for Sioux Falls and the entire Sioux Falls area, including that far northwestern corner of Lyon County, Iowa. Harrisburg, Parker, Hartford, Lyons, Colton, Del Rapids, Garrettson, Sioux Falls, Brandon, T, Schindler, Valley Springs, all included in this severe thunderstorm warning. And we do have a watch, also a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for much of Minnesota, southwestern Minnesota, into northwestern Iowa for a good chunk of the night tonight as well. And that is what is going on. And it's not that exciting yet. Things are really kind of backed off and calmed down from what we had going on here a little earlier today. We had those strong storms and 105-mile-per-hour gust at the Huron Airport. We had a 70-mile-per-hour gust at the Watertown Airport. So everything is kind of chilled out just a little bit. I do have a report up here of 1-inch hail east of Ward. And I can bring up the spotters, a lot of storm spotters. Those are all the red dots that you see here on the screen. So a lot of people working, and those are trained spotters that are trained to let you know what's going on here, keeping you safe, letting us know everything that's happening here. Severe thunderstorm warning includes Minnehaha County now. We've had a couple of reports of funnel clouds west of Wall Lake at this point with this storm. And if you'll notice, one of the things they do, and it is right there, they put a little tag on the severe thunderstorm warning that said tornado possible. That is because of the funnel cloud reports out by Wall Lake. And if we if that turns into anything, they will upgrade to a warning. But we are in an environment that is conducive to tornado development. So just kind of keep that in mind. It's 7:47, and we are tracking some big old storms here across eastern South Dakota, western Minnesota. We have several severe thunderstorm warnings in effect up in Montevideo, Granite Falls. One storm moving toward Tyler and across Highway 14 and Del Rapids to Sioux Falls, a pretty good line of thunderstorms moving there. And this is not the end. We expect more rain and thunderstorms to continue to develop overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. So we're going to keep a close eye on all of this as everything continues to develop. We have more storms out west. We're expecting more storms to develop down here in Nebraska. Those are going to move northeast. And so it could be a busy night depending on how all of these storms come together. For now, these are doing a good thing, and it's not quite as nasty as it was earlier today. We had some obnoxious wind, a couple of tornadoes, almost tornadoes here on the live stream a little while ago out further west in Gerald County, Hand County by Gan Valley, Huron. Again, you see that 100 there with the 105-mile-per-hour wind gust, and that's an official gust at the airport reporting station, a 90 gust near Alpena at the road weather information station. So it was a little rough out there earlier today. Fortunately, at this point, things are a little better. 60 gusts, 1-inch hail, but we are watching for a little rotation, getting some reports of funnels out by Wall Lake. So something to keep in mind, something we're going to be watching here closely as we head through the evening. Looking for a couple of things here. I know that there is a DOT camera I just have to remember where I have it. Well, maybe not. Oh, here we go. Just looking at a bunch of DOT cameras in Minnesota to see if there's anything exciting going on, and I don't see anything too wild on any of these cameras. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch that remains in effect. Southwest Minnesota, eastern South Dakota, northwestern Iowa till 9 in South Dakota, and then the tier of counties south of I-90 and Minnesota, Iowa till 2 o'clock in the morning. So we have a ways to go with these storms. 3 severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect right now. The first one, it does include the Sioux Falls area, 60 gusts, 1-inch hail. We're starting to see this storm get a little closer to Sioux Falls, the north edge of town, with some heavy rain right now and some thunder and lightning. We did get a couple reports of funnel clouds east of Wall Lake. So if you're on the west edge of Sioux Falls, we do have some funnel cloud reports there. We do have another stronger little storm back by Bridgewater that we're keeping an eye on. But this whole thing moving east at about 40-ish miles per hour. So that would put, if we use our storm tracker here, Sioux Falls 7 about now, west side. This is beginning to move into the west side of Sioux Falls. So if you're on the west end, T. Ellis Road, starting to get some of this heading in now. We're getting close. We're about 4 or 5 minutes out. Brandon, it's going to be another probably 10 to 15. Same for Harrisburg, Valley Springs, more like 20 minutes to a half hour. And eventually this line is going to continue into Minnesota. But we're still looking at no expansion of this warning, still 1-inch hail, 60 mile per hour wind gusts, which is low end. But again, there have been some reports of rotation out by Wall Lake. So that's something we're going to keep a close eye on here as we make our way into the evening. And that storm down in Nebraska, southern South Dakota, still just trying to get its wits together. See if I can get enough oomph or if there's a weak spot in that cap for it to break through. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for 60 gusts, 1-inch hail for parts of Brookings County, that just very far eastern part of Brookings County along Highway 14 where it zigzags. Pipestone, northern part of Pipestone County, including the north edge of Pipestone. Brookings, Lyon, Lincoln, Murray, and that's Lyon, Lincoln, and Minnesota. That storm is moving toward Tyler, Ballatin, and will continue northeast. Montevideo, Clarkfield, Granite Falls. This storm moving your way as well. Going to be headed toward Granite Falls here in about the next 10 minutes or so. Hanley Falls, about 10 minutes. Clara City, 20 to 25. And then down the road, Sacred Heart, Renville, Princeburg, Danube, Olivia, eventually that will continue to move east. So the good news is nothing terribly serious right now. I am going to step away just for a minute or two before this line moves into Sioux Falls. I'll be back on when it does, but just keeping an eye on all these storms moving through into Sioux Falls. Thanks for watching on the Facebook and the YouTube and all that stuff. We are, well, let me just see. I got an update. Want to make sure nothing is hitting the fan at this point. No, still 60 wind gusts, 1-inch hail in that line of storms moving into Sioux Falls. Hang with me. I will be back in just a few minutes here with more, or if anything changes or develops, I will let you know about it. All right, everybody, I'm back. We're tracking storms moving across eastern South Dakota, western Minnesota, and we have a severe thunderstorm warning for the Sioux Falls area right now. 60 gusts and about quarter-size hail, but this line of storms is moving into Sioux Falls, and man, these clouds in Sioux Falls look really wicked right now, but nothing out of the park serious at this point. Some wind and rain and hail and thunder and lightning possible with these storms as they move through. But as of right now, we are kind of keeping an eye on everything going on here. But rain moving into the west side of Sioux Falls, now raining along the T. Ellis Road up to Interstate 29, some heavier rain on the north side. Central Sioux Falls, you'll have some pretty good rain kicking in here before too long. So if you are in Sioux Falls, rain, going to be blast of wind, probably not much hail. I'm not seeing a big hail signature at this point in Sioux Falls, but let me just double check the hail to maybe on the north side, that blue there, we're talking probably penny size, if that. Hail, maybe a little bit of pea-size hail out west, and that's about as good as it gets. But again, gusty wind, some rain, thunder, lightning, and hail. This is not, I'm not thinking this is the end of the world by any means. I think we're all going to survive this. But stay inside, stay away from windows, don't get into too much trouble. The warning's expired over by Ballatin and Ruthden, Minnesota. Pipestone getting some good rain. I know, I've had a lot of people on my Facebook asking about rain in Pipestone. A lot of people talking about that, but they are getting some heavy rain. I want to take a look at this. This is Frank Morrow Jr., Big Wind Storm Chasers. They are by Russell, Minnesota, getting on Minnesota Highway 59. So they are tracking some storms there across Minnesota. That would be basically this area right here is where he is. Frank doesn't show up on my radar screen, but he is definitely out there. He does a great job helping me out with some storms there. That is from Frank Morrow Jr., the Big Wind Storm Chaser. We also have this severe thunderstorm warning up here to the north. And this one is for parts of Yellow Medicine and Lac-qui-Parle County, Granite Falls, Montevideo included there. And once again, this is 60-mile-per-hour wind and 1-inch hail associated with that particular storm. So, handleable. None of these are the big, destructive, I like to call them badass storms that were moving across eastern South Dakota earlier today when we had those 100-plus mile-per-hour gusts in Huron, 70 gusts in Watertown, and even a couple of tornadoes out west. So things are, we're hanging in there with all of that. But again, storms moving into Sioux Falls. The rain is torrential. And just to the west, we did have a few spots south of Madison, a 65-mile-per-hour gust at the Mesonet station there. We have a 61 gust on a personal weather station by Lake Madison, 60-mile-per-hour gust at a weather station west of Sioux Falls, east of Salem, just east of Canastota. And we did have a 70-mile-per-hour gust out there north of Parkston, between Parkston and Dimmock, actually 66. It rounds to 70, but that's what's going on out there at this point. Those are the big storms that are in play. We have more stuff going on out to the west, and this stuff is going to likely move east as we make our way through the night tonight. Kind of wait and see how all of this develops and moves, but we have a couple of severe thunderstorms. Again, 60 wind, a little larger, maybe up to ping pong ball size hail possible with those out by Bridger, Faith, Dupree. We've had 60 or so mile-per-hour gusts with those storms as well. And then as we back off here a little bit, we have more stuff developing down here to the south. Some pretty good storms down in southern Nebraska, and we're going to watch and see if storms can develop in here, because we're actually looking forward to a few more rounds of thunderstorms as we make our way through the night tonight and into tomorrow morning. So this is not the end, I'm afraid. We could see quite a bit more. Frank is located near Russell, but there is nothing serious going on in southern Minnesota right now. Somebody was just asking about the Facebook stream that we have going on. I was showing Frank Morrow. Well, here, I'll pop him back up for a sec, and you can see him there. But again, there was a little, I think, rotation there at one point, but not terribly significant now. Some lightning, some wind. Boy, in Sioux Falls, it is raining. The cats and dogs are living together here in Sioux Falls. It is coming down at a pretty good clip. So if you are in Sioux Falls, raining, there's going to be a blast of wind, but we're doing okay. 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind, severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the Sioux Falls area. So that's what's going on. Nothing to get too panicked about at this point. The threat level overnight. Once, and yeah, it is really black. The sky looks just crazy out there, but it's not terribly insane at this point. We're 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1 inch hail is kind of what we're looking at here. And they did remove, if you'll notice for the warning in Sioux Falls, they removed the tornado possible tag. Just a little chat here with the National Weather Service. And so the rotation is dissipated. Still a strong storm. But again, this is not the magnitude of what we had earlier when this line of storms was moving across parts of east central South Dakota when we were, getting clobbered with 70, 80, 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts that were moving through. So that's what's happening. Severe thunderstorm warning for Sioux Falls. The storm continues to move to the northeast. We're going at about 40 miles per hour at this point, and that storm is going to continue to move into southwestern Minnesota here over the next little while. The warning for parts of McCook County, they've been pulled out because the storm is now through McCook County, but it does remain in effect for parts of southeastern Moody, Minnehaha, northwestern Lincoln, South Dakota, and northeastern Turner County in South Dakota. And again, this whole line continues to move east at around 40-ish miles per hour. So just to kind of give you an idea as to how this is going to roll. And keep in mind, we will get blasted with wind ahead of the storm before the rain hits you. So just keep that in mind. If it keeps going like it is, Harrisburg, less than 5 minutes, I think. Schindler, 8 minutes from now. Brandon, around 5 to 10 from now. Beaver Creek, a little longer, about 25 to 30 minutes. Laverne, we're looking at 30 to 40 minutes from now. Magnolia, a little longer than that. So that's the line of storms that continues to move to the northeast. Through Sioux Falls with heavy rain. That's about the extent of it. This isn't the craziest storm we've ever had. And we do have this line of storms here too. Granite Falls to Montevideo. A little intense. Let me bring up the hail thingy. And that's not even crazy. Let me turn this on. Less than penny size. Dime, maybe. Size hail, but that's it. Some gusty wind, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts or so possible with that line as it moves through over there. And back we go. Sioux Falls, severe thunderstorm warning. In effect for 21 minutes, they removed the tornado possible tag because that area of rotation not really doing a whole heck of a lot anymore. So the good news is we're kind of sliding into an environment a little less favorable for storms to continue to develop. So that makes me happy. I like rain without drama. Not a big fan of drama. I mean, in life, I've got too much drama. But in the weather, I don't need drama. This little guy here still just can't get. He's trying. Not quite able to make it through and get really rocking and rolling here. The cap must be holding him back something fierce because we do have instability and a lot of moisture and energy in the atmosphere. If we can get a storm to develop, but that doesn't seem to be happening there. So 2 warnings here, watching for storms to develop. I'm going to just take a peek at something here real quick because I'm curious. We have our new model run that is starting to come in that has these storms here. And actually, this model is initializing much, much better than the last round of models. Here's what the models suggest. All right, by 2 in the morning, notice what's happening down here. Yeah. So, this is not the end. That's going to continue to slide east. And don't take the location for gospel. This could fluctuate either way. And we're also seeing a few thunderstorms developing up here ahead of all this. 5 a.m. moving across Iowa. Could be damaging wind and hail producers. Once we get past sunset, our threat really shifts toward damaging straight-line wind gusts and away from tornadoes. But the model is still slowly rolling in here. But something to watch. This line of storms is going to continue, and actually, if you keep an eye on what's going on up here, we're at 812 now. So this is pretty spot on with where these storms are right now. And that's one of the things when we look at the forecast models, we look to see how they initialize or how well they reflect the current conditions out there. And this is doing a good job of that. So, and earlier today they weren't. It sucked. But right now they are. So here we are. Through 9 o'clock, they kind of maintain, but then the models kind of hint that once we get closer to Mankato and across southern Minnesota, they're going to start to weaken a little bit as they move east. But at that point, and also I would like to point out these storms here, watch those. They kind of fizzle out as well. But then we do see this line of thunderstorms develop down in northern Nebraska and move east and northeast towards Sioux Falls, southeastern South Dakota, southern Minnesota, northern Iowa, 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. Another one of those gosh darn overnight things that's going to keep us up all night. And then by daybreak, again, more of those storms, and we have more developing out there to the west. So there's just a little insight as to what might be happening here as we make our way through the late night hours tonight. Also kind of watching the severe weather potential tomorrow. We may see more storms, and I'll bring this back up once so we get a little break tomorrow during the day, but then we may see more storms develop again in the afternoon. Let's go back to the radar. I want to show you what's going on. Brand new update, Sioux Falls, basically along and west of I-29, now out of the severe thunderstorm warning. The warning remains in effect for I-29 corridor east, still 60 wind gusts, 1-inch hail. This is not that serious of a storm. You know what? I might get to turn this live stream off, for crying out loud. And then I'm going to do a crash nap and hope that my little beeper doesn't wake me up. And then get ready to do this all over again when storms redevelop. Before I go, I'll recap everything and we'll talk about what's going to happen later tonight. And I'll let you in on that. So stand by for that coming up in just a little bit. By the way, thanks to everyone following and watching on YouTube or Facebook. I appreciate all of you for being here and giving me the opportunity. Well, now, Justin, this may die out past Owatonna. That's just one of the models. That can change. And I will say that this type of meteorological setup is the models don't handle it well because we can't measure every inch of the atmosphere. If we could measure every inch of the atmosphere, the forecast would be spot on all the time, but it's not. And so it depends on a couple of things as it moves east. If we're able to maintain some energy, they could hold their strength. But yes, it's likely that these will die down. However, we have a whole other round that's going to be blasted in here late tonight into tomorrow morning. So have a weather radio. That is the best thing to do. I always recommend the Midland WR120. You can get it at Ace Hardware. You can get it at your local, most of the local hardware stores will have this weather radio available. So you can get it there. Here, let me pop up a photo of the WR120. It lets out a squeal that will wake the dead in the middle of the night. So this thing will get you out of bed. And they're a lot easier to program now. You used to have to look up codes and, whatever and all this stuff. They actually just have the county names in there and you just scroll through and find it. Maybe I'll go to a couple places this year and set up your weather radio. Or if you see me at the county fairs, I'm doing the county fair tour, the KEYC Summer Fair 2 in southern Minnesota. I have a few county fairs in South Dakota that have asked me to show up too. So I might do that. If you see me at a fair, I'll help you program your weather radio. Just watch for my schedule. Search KEYC County Fair or Summer Fair Tour, and you can find out more. And just watch my Facebook. I'll post my schedule on there too. But this is the standard weather radio. It's not that expensive. And kids, if you're looking for a great gift to get your parents, if you have parents that have everything, you don't know what to get them a weather radio, because there's nothing better than the gift of not getting killed. Right? All right, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect. We have one warning for Sioux Falls yet that's kind of hanging in there. And this is the low end of the warning. So you've got your bottom of the barrel severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind and 1-inch hail. And then you got your, 131-mile-per-hour gust in Highmore, South Dakota. By the way, I've heard that there is a lot of tree damage and damage in Woonsocket. If anybody's in Woonsocket, let me know what's going on. If you have any photos or anything like that, share them and let us know how you're doing and how things are going over there in Woonsocket. I got some rough clouds in Slayton. A lot of people near Pipestone. Near Kump. Whoop, that's an old post. A lot of great photos. I'm going to have to get some of these out and take a look. I'll post some of them here in a little bit. But there's definitely a lot of stuff going on here across the region. So severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for Sioux Falls, Valley Springs, Garrettson, Del Rapids. We are about 12 minutes to go here with that. 60 gusts, 1-inch hail reported with these particular storms. Got a, this is something. I don't think I can make this full screen. I wish I could. Donna sent these photos from near Madison before that tornado warning kicked in. Kind of a cool shot of the clouds. Got that photo from Lane. That's on the east side of Sioux Falls there. Some pretty impressive looking storms. I want to just go back out here and look at that. I just noticed this popping up near Bridgewater. Little storm there. Don't know if there's any significant rotation or anything mixed in there, but there might be a little minor rotation with that storm near Bridgewater at the moment. But a little thunderstorm out there that is moving in. But again, that severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect here for Sioux Falls. All right, so Sioux Falls storm isn't that. I mean, it's raining. We all know rain. We need the rain, unless you're in southeastern Minnesota where they got completely jacked last night with 10 to 15 inches of rain. We'd have a little cell popping down south of Irene. That little guy out Bonham County, Chuck Mix County, not doing so great out there. So that one starting to wind down. So let's talk a little bit before I turn off the stream here, for those of you who have been waiting, about what is going to be happening here through the rest of the night tonight, because this is important. We're not done yet. This first round of storms is just the beginning of grain elevator heavily damaged by the state fairgrounds in Huron. Power lines, trees down. Huron PD set up a 10 p.m. curfew, no travel advised. Yeah, that was a 105 mile per hour wind gust. And so that wind in Huron was absolutely insane. So yeah, thoughts and prayers go out to Huron, where they're dealing with some damage. Again, 100 plus mile per hour wind gusts. All right, let's talk about what's coming tonight, because I want you to be ready for anything nasty that is going to be moving through here tonight. So I'm going to switch over to the latest model, which actually has initialized quite well. And by initialize, I mean, so what a model does, it looks at what's happening and tries to get a grasp on everything going on right now. And sometimes it does a good job of that. Earlier today, it was absolutely horrible. And we always say garbage in, garbage out. So they kind of talk about if the initial model picture doesn't match what's on the radar, you might as well ignore it. Well, this one actually looks pretty good. This matches what the radar is showing with these storms around Sioux Falls at 8 o'clock, storms up in northwestern South Dakota, storms in Iowa, and these little blips developing down here in Nebraska. So let's take you through the evening step by step. We're going to go from 8 to 9 to 10, 11 o'clock. And the first thing I want you to watch is this line of storms right here. So we're going to kind of talk about what's going on with these. And you can see as they move east, they're going to kind of hold together as they get to 59, 71. Right now, the model seems to suggest that these are going to fall apart and kind of weasel away toward Mankato and Interstate 35. And then boom, by 1 a.m., see ya, they're gone. Now, another thing we've been watching this evening is this line or cluster of storms up here in north central South Dakota. Look, the latest model wants those to kind of poop out here as well by about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. All right. Now, I want you to pay attention to what's going on down here, because this is going to impact a lot of our region later tonight. Watch by about midnight, 1 o'clock, O'Neill, Ainsworth, Spencer, Nebraska, toward Yankton, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. And notice, not only does it develop in Nebraska, but it develops east across Iowa. Spencer, Storm Lake, Algona, Mason City, Sioux City. So we're going to have that whole big mess of a line developing and moving north, potentially through Sioux Falls by 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And then more little cells develop. The model wants to pop up a couple of things here, but especially down in Iowa, we're going to continue to see that line of thunderstorms potentially move through. More storms across eastern South Dakota tomorrow morning. It just doesn't end. And then more storms in the afternoon. And once again, by afternoon, we're talking potential for more wind, hail, and possibly a tornado or two. So I'm going to switch now, and I'm going to go, and this doesn't label very well, so I'm going to explain what all of this is. So this is the severe risk for the rest of tonight through about midnight, 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. So this is, and it is a level, the outer one here, by the way, this is just general thunderstorms. I never show this on the TV maps, the general thunderstorms. So this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. This is a high risk right through here. Tornado risk, that's pretty much going to be over and done with after the sun goes down, 9, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock tonight, because the best risk for tornadoes is when the storms are alone, when there's sun and energy and things to move through. All right, wind risk is the big risk here as we make our way through the night tonight. Okay, now I'm going to switch to tomorrow. This is the severe risk for tomorrow, and we're talking tomorrow in the morning and then again in the afternoon. Tornado risk, best shot, Storm Lake, Sioux Falls, Winter Valentine, Omaha tomorrow. So that's something we're going to be watching. But once again, big wind across southern South Dakota, Nebraska, western Iowa, possible from Aberdeen to Rochester to Mankato. Along that line, hail also a risk. And then not much of a risk on Saturday, unless you're way west and southwest. This is the Saturday risk. And then on Sunday, ta-da! Hello, Maryland, Washington, D.C., and Richmond, Virginia. We get a little bit of a break, and I think next week is going to be much more calm. And so that is the situation when it comes to the severe risk. I do want to pop this up here. We still have a severe thunderstorm watch that remains in effect. And for southwestern Minnesota, northwestern Iowa, that will be in effect until 2 a.m. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on what's happening here through the night. But since we are kind of starting to wind the severity down a little bit, I may turn this off here. All right, this is what's going on. We have this severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for 4 more minutes. It includes the very northwestern little part of Lyon County in Iowa, eastern Minnehaha County, far southeastern Moody County, far northern Lincoln County, and maybe a sliver of Rock County. Watching this little storm out here, no warnings on it yet. There will be some rain, gusty wind, maybe a little bit of hail with that particular storm, but everything is kind of backing off and calming down for now, which is a good thing. So that means I am going to glance through, see if there's anything else that's really cool in my DMs here. And by the way, I'm bad at checking sometimes. If you have anything kooky to show or anything great to show weather-wise, just DM me on Facebook. Jen Peters sent that photo right there of looks like a little lightning or sun or something trying to make its way through the storm there. You know, my make the video full screen. You know, Facebook does crazy things once in a while, but it doesn't want to let me make my videos full screen, and I don't know why it's doing that. Oh, well, I'll try to figure it out later. I think I'm going to let you all go for just a little while. Hey, thanks for hanging out with me for a little while. Let's do it again later tonight, shall we? I'll be watching things if anything starts to get a little wacky. I'll start the live stream back up on Facebook, on TikTok, and on YouTube. You can put it on your Roku or your TV if you want to, and I will be here to kind of keep an eye on everything that's going on. We've been on here for quite a while. Follow me if you don't follow me on Facebook. I'd appreciate it. And I think that's it. Let's recap this severe thunderstorm warning one more time. We got 1 minute to go. Should I stay on? Let's stay on until it's over. And then we do have some rain and wind and all that stuff that continues to kind of roll through. We got big winds, storm chasers here. Oops, he just turned it off. That was there. Close to Sioux Falls. But the warning now is expired. We have some heavier rain, Laverne, Edgerton. We have showers all the way up toward Millbank, Fairfield. You see these, those are reports in the past. We did have a wall cloud report up near Appleton and Madison, but that's it. That's what's happening now. We're going to continue to watch for stuff to develop in Nebraska over night to night. But again, keep in mind, and if you're just joining me, let me one more time bring this model back up so you can get a look at what is going to be happening. This whole cluster in Minnesota is going to kind of weaken. Now, this is what the model says. It's possible that won't happen, but looks like now. And then we're going to see this big wad of thunderstorms develop in Nebraska, move into southeastern South Dakota. Could be some nasty old wind, big wind possible with these storms as they move through late tonight. Southern Minnesota, northern Iowa will be here. The KEYC weather team. I know Daniel Sawicki is going to be around, and if things do get rough overnight, I'll just move my live stream. Oh, where did my radar go? There it is. I'll move my live stream over onto the TV. So we will definitely do that and keep an eye on things. All right, as we go, I mentioned Frank's stream, and here it is. Oh, he locked up again. But that's just a peek at some of the stuff going on here. And again, we have a severe thunderstorm watch until 2 a.m. southwestern Minnesota, northwestern Iowa. Just stay weather aware. That's all you can do. Pay attention, check the weather, check it often. And again, when things start to go downhill later tonight, I'll be back with more live weather. Catch you later. Thanks for watching.